Hello, Digital. How are you? Hi, Base. Thank you very much. 42 months. It's unbelievable. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Early hunt. Yeah, early today. Oh my goodness gracious me. I hope you guys have had a good weekend. I've been doing my best to do a bit of resting. Hi Zark, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. I've been doing my best to do a bit of resting to try and get rid of this nasty cold. Hi mate. Hi Chris, how are you? Hi Striking, how are you? Hi baby IJ. Hi. Hi chat. I am super excited to force myself to do a makeup look today because I've been missing doing makeup looks so much, and so I was like, today I'm just going to do it regardless of how I feel. I do feel a bit better. I mean, you can probably tell from my voice, I'm a little bit still sicky. So I'm not like 100%, but I definitely say that I'm like 75 as opposed to last week's 30. So I feel better, a lot better than I did last week. I just was like, trying to rest and sleep, and so that's all I was pretty much doing over the weekend. Yeah, I didn't really do anything else. That's literally all I did. I found it very exciting, and what I did was I went through my whole Tomb Raider statue collection because I have some stuff there that's like, if you can see it through the box, I just put the box up there. To be completely honest, I was really running out of space and it was really stressing me out. So what I did over the weekend, and I'm really happy that I did it, was I took everything out of the boxes. And when I take the stuff out of the boxes, usually I'm a bit like, not because I want to keep it in mint condition, because somebody kept that in the box for the last 30 years. So sometimes I'm a bit like, oh my God, I don't know if I should, but I feel so much better. I took it out, and the ones that, and most of them, I was able to take them all out in a way that like, it wasn't really that bad, and some of the stuff was fine anyway, so some of the boxes were falling apart. I'm not one of those people who keeps everything in the boxes mint condition so I can sell it later on. I just felt a little bit scared about opening them because they were the ones which had like, you know when it's got plastic that's like glued to the back and that's what holds something in place. So it's like physically glued in. It's not like you can just place it back in. There was a lot of those. So anyway, I took everything out, and thank you so much, Mooning. Thank you. I'm bad. I always open. I don't think it's a bad thing. You just enjoy it. So like it's good to enjoy your stuff. So I was running out of space, and apart from one thing, which it's so small anyway, it's like that big. So I was like, oh, it just doesn't matter about that one, I don't think. So everything else, I ripped them all out of the boxes. I carefully ripped them all out of the boxes, and I have so much more space now, so I'm a lot happier. But things like, I had like the collector box on display as well, and I was kind of looking at it, and I was just feeling a bit like, I don't really want the collection box on there. I don't really want boxes on display. So I chose to take them out, and I'll just put all of the, I have like in the loft, there's basically just empty boxes from our Tomb Raider stuff because it comes with so much foam and like polystyrene to hold it together, because it's like valuable collector's stuff, like statues to eat for transport. So there's just like a bunch of empty boxes there, so I was like, I'll just put them up there with the rest of those, and I was like, so be it. Like, I'd rather just enjoy the stuff. You should take a picture. I'd love to see it all at some point. I have uploaded photos before. I've done like showcasing of some of my Tomb Raider stuff on socials. I've made videos of it before. It's on my socials somewhere. But I did actually get another Tomb Raider thing today, so I'm very excited. Another pre-order came through. This one, I will say though, I am a little bit less excited about. This one, the reason why I'm less excited about it is because I felt like, hi Kyle, how are you? Is because It's because in comparison, do you remember the last one the last collector's edition box I opened, and it had the 8-bit guns, and the last one I opened was like that, and it was so cool. Whereas this one, this one is not at all as impressive in my opinion. Yes, it was cheaper though, so I do want to say it is cheaper overall. This one comes with the game, and I always feel a bit funny when they say this, when they say like, oh, but the box is iconic, because I kind of feel a bit like, yeah, but I don't want to buy packaging. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, but don't worry, because I got nice packaging. So sometimes I'm a bit like, and the more expensive versions, they kind of just came with pins, and I just thought that was really expensive for what they were charging. So I decided not to go for that one, because as much of a mark as I am, I'm not that much of a mark, you know what I mean? Like the box is like, yeah, exactly, right? And I think it's nice that, you know, people do like the original trapezoid. Is it trapezoid? Yeah, trapezoid box. But I don't think it's like the be all and end all. Hi Hulk, how are you? This is nice though. So that's pretty nice. It's a really gorgeous render. Lovely. Yeah, there's just not as much in here that I knew it before I bought it, but I think like a lot of the stuff in here is just not as, it's just not as cool as the other one. This is what we have. It folds out. We have the soundtrack. I don't remember what this was. Cute! Cute! And then I think we've got the game and some postcards. I think I've misremembered. I think the other one was the one that came with like acrylic standees, and I was like, that's not worth it. I think this one was like 60 quid or something. It's expensive. Really expensive in my opinion. It's really expensive for this. Can I put it back in? Queen, hi! How are you? Can't put it back in. Rip my unboxing video. Oh, have I put this in backwards? Oh, what have I done? Uh-oh. How are you feeling now? I feel like, you know, I think last week I was saying I was feeling like 30 or 35%. I feel like 75% now. I have moments where I'm like, but most, is that fine now? I do not know how I put that back in. Oh, there we go. All right, got it. Okay, anyway. And then we got the game. What's this? Like art prints. Are these copies of the paintings from Angel of Darkness? Yeah, art prints. See, this one, I think it's okay. Thank you. Ghost brought me a cup of tea. So I think this one's really lovely, but I did think it was expensive for what it was. And it's not as cool as those guns, is it? It's just, it's not as cool as the guns. But I'm happy I've got it. Taking a break from overtime to cook some eggs. Damn, you know, Queen, I'm not trying to be that person and be like judgmental. You do a lot of overtime. Right, Kyle, so overall, general feedback, I think this was quite the step down for the collector's edition from the previous collector's edition that they did for Tomb Raider Remastered. I'm doing 2 jobs. Oh, sorry, I thought it was working the 1 job. It's a bit of a step down from the previous one. I can't put this back in. So I think it's cool. I'm glad I've got it, but I was a bit like, where's the rest of it when they announced it? They did approve some overtime pay. Oh, good. Oh, no, Queen. Do you know what, Queen? And I think everybody can probably... I don't want to use the word relate, but I think everybody would kind of agree in some aspect. Like, occasionally, and I mean the word occasionally really strong, like as a really, I use that word strongly. If another employee at the company has something going on and they can't fulfill all of their duties, I wouldn't mind trying to help cover them as well. But when another employee goes part-time, I should be compensated for covering their work as well. And it shouldn't be expected. I don't know if I can't be the only one thinking this. So I'm drowning, but everybody is. So we're all just trying to survive until either the business picks up or we all burn out and leave. Yeah, a common experience. I used to find it a lot when somebody would go on maternity leave and then they would come back, but they'd be part-time. And I don't think there's a problem with that, but I think you also have to understand that somebody who is working part-time doesn't mean that everybody else picks up the rest of their work. That means that you have to find somebody else to fill in the rest of their part-time, or you have to give them an expectation of what they actually really need to fulfill. Because I don't know why I was essentially having to, why the excuse was, oh yeah, but you know, she doesn't work on Fridays. And I was kind of like, yeah, but why is that my problem now? Hi Emma, how are you? Next you have to watch stream for a few minutes before it counts. I think they do it so you're not just jumping from stream to stream. That makes sense. You're not like essentially surfing. I guess it wouldn't really make a difference anyway though. Like apart from just to keep this streak, but I don't know. I'm giving it a few months to recover. They'll either hire more people or pay me a bomb to do this workload. They were under the impression the workload would die out. Okay. I really hope that it works out in your favour, because I know I understand it's stressful sometimes and it's hard, and sometimes it feels like it'll never end. Because sometimes you want to do overtime just to make the next day a little bit easier for yourself. Not because you think I owe this company everything. It's because I think sometimes I used to get it in my head that it would make tomorrow easier, but all I would be tomorrow was more tired. Yeah, funny way. It's just in my opinion, employees will try and get out as much employees as they can, bleed them dry. Yeah. What do you think is like a massive red flag that you know now going into an interview? Like if you were to be interviewed by another company, what would they say that to you is a massive red flag? My red flag is we're like a family here. Oh. No. Absolutely not. I don't think I've ever been paid for overtime either. There's overtime opportunity. Family employees is free labor. Yeah, that's a no from me. We're not mates. I need to use up annual leave and I can't convince myself to take it. I have family, I want money. I have family. I don't want any more family. I don't want to be besties with you, and I most certainly don't want to go to the pub with you every week. I spend enough time with you. I'd rather spend time with other people. And I mean that aggressive. Why do you want to work here? I think that one's a difficult one because it sometimes feels a little bit like you have to lie. That's such an exaggeration. Everybody lies because I want money. I want to pay. I want to be paid. But you have to kind of pretend that's not real. That's not real. And while it's not always part of it, a lot of the time, sometimes, you know, people really genuinely feel quite passionate. Say you were really passionate about Lego and you really wanted to work at Lego and you're like, I've always loved Lego, like, and you know, it's something that I really enjoy. I'd really like to be part of it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that in particular. But most of the time, like, I don't really want to be, and I just don't really want to be an account manager for Tesco. I can't tell you how much I don't really want to do that unless it's paid. Then I will do that. I'm more than happy to do that for cash in exchange. I'm happy. Apart from that, I'm not really that passionate about being an account manager for Tesco because I need a job. Did you get the job? When I was younger, I applied to McDonald's because my friend worked at McDonald's. So you had to do this questionnaire thing where you, like a quiz. So she told me all the answers, except I purposefully got like 1 or 2 wrong because everybody knew that everyone was telling each other the answers. And I was refused an interview. And I took that really personally that I wasn't allowed a job at McDonald's. Growing up now, I think I'm glad I didn't. But yeah, no, I wasn't even invited to an interview. At Lowe's, you clearly need a job. Do they expect me to say it's my first step in taking over the world? You're genuinely like, oh my God, I'm so passionate about Target. So passionate. I've wanted to do nothing else but stack shelves and clean up other people's mess when they take all of the clothes off the hangers. I'm passionate. I do it in my spare time already, so as far as I'm concerned, I might as well be officially do it. You know, you might catch me on the CCTV if that works, which I heard it doesn't. I'm really trying hard to get angry with my boss. He came up to me on Friday and was like, I need somebody I can trust to work. And I would be like, oh no. We all just banter was a good one. And the suggestion was if somebody says something mean, just suck it up. Oh, Yakubu, that's a good one. That's a massive red flag. Yeah, oh, it's just a joke. Is it? I think you just don't want me to go to HR. So tell us, why do you want to give us the most precious thing we have, which is time, money? The stupid world still uses money. They didn't even hire me to do the right job at Target. I wanted to be a cashier and they're like, actually, you're going to be customers. No! No. And he's super nice. So I'm realizing more and more that he sucks at his job. Who was it that was telling me? My dad. It was my dad. My dad was at a new job. And it didn't take him a long time to realize what was going on. His manager couldn't do his job at all, and everybody knew about it except the manager. So his manager would be like, so my dad's an engineer. So the manager would be like, oh, this needs to be fixed. We need to sort this out, and that needs to be done. What do we do? And then he would just like call the engineers, and they'd be like, okay. And then like they'd all figure it out amongst themselves while the manager was like on the phone, like, is it done yet? Is it done yet? Is it done yet? And they would go out and have a cigarette and like be panic smoking and then consistently calling them, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? And they'd just be like, dude, what the hell is wrong with you? And then they just started like not answering the phone calls, because it was using more time to tell him what was going on than it was to just do the job. So his job is completely redundant. He doesn't really need to be there. And my dad was just like, I'm just so confused as to like what's the point in this guy? Like, all he does is get stressed out. And that also reminds me of another thing. I was thinking about this the other day, and I remembered how I used to get really frustrated when I used to go to work, which was I didn't really understand why if you would smoke, you'd get more breaks because you'd be able to go outside and have a smoke. Whereas if you didn't smoke, you didn't get the break of going outside for like 10 minutes or essentially you go out for a breather. And I always wondered why that was the case. I don't know. I've always wondered. I always felt like it was a bit unfair when I used to work, but I don't know. It's just me. He's a manager, is extremely non-confrontational, has terrible communication skills and wants to fall back on. It's just common sense. It's like his boss saying that you can't assume people have common sense. Oh, that's so painful, Kyle. You have a family atmosphere here. It's like one of those sayings that doesn't really mean it's a good thing. That to me is a terrible thing. I sit like a baby. She sit like a baby. I screamed all night. Yeah, fair. Hey, Paige, how are you? Did you say the smoke breaks out of the toilet breaks? A toilet break specific to? The smokers got an extended break in the 70s. Don't worry about it. Do they actually? Do they? When was it when they realised smoking was bad? What year was it? I'm all right, thank you, Paige. I had a really terrible cold. I was so devastated, Paige, because I came back from holiday and just context. I know this is such a privileged thing to say. I'm very well aware of that. I had like a 3.5 week holiday. I just left. Like I was gone. I wasn't even on the continent. And I was like, I am gone. Goodbye. And I had a great time. I was really happy. And I was like, at the end, I was like, oh God, I want to get back to streaming. I came back and was like, ill. I was like so ill. And I was like devastated, and I was like, oh no, I just want to get back into doing my makeup. And then last week I just was basically sad all week because I wasn't able to do my makeup looks. And I was like, ah. And then so today I'm back. I'm gonna do it regardless. Yeah, I know. I got ill on the holiday as well. Like, towards the end, I got like a small like cold. But I was like, oh, it's probably like I'm not used to the aircon being this. I was making excuses for it, and then I came home. And we saw Ghost's nephew, who's in nursery. If you've ever met a child in nursery, you've also met every germ they've come across in your life because you've caught it and it's made you ill. I think next time I see him, I'm going to have to wear a hazmat suit because every time I have seen him so far, he has made me ill. So ill. And he like recovers after like 2.5 days. And then there's me who's like... for like 2 weeks. I'm devastated by it. Absolutely shocking. And in the smoking carriage on trains, the only reason why I can remember that spamfish is because you can still do it in Japan and it's horrible. So in a lot of places in Japan, you can still smoke indoors. And so we went to this bar and I was like, it felt like my eyes were like watering. It was so awful. And I remember saying to Ghost, I was like, I'm so glad this isn't a thing anymore, like in the UK. I hate this. And we just had to leave. It was disgusting. It was just awful. I really hated it. I'm glad that was banned. What's a vibe? You meet other people. My dad said that he remembers when you used to be able to smoke on planes, but only in the back. Because it makes all the difference. You probably touched the inside of Charles' nose when you gave him a high five. Oh my God, that's really funny actually. You just reminded me. So, oh my God, that is thank you very much. These are expensive, but I want to do some experiments. Thank you very much. Goodness me. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. What the hell? Thank you. Oh my God. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. No. Listen, thank you very much. That's very kind. Thank you. Ghost's brother was telling us about how when they were, because they've just moved house now, they didn't have a lot of space before. So when they would share the bed, and there'd be the three of them, the baby, at that point, I think he was like 1 and 2 months old or something, whatever. So he could like interact, but he wasn't just like laid on his back all the time. Anyway, and like in the morning, he would wake up early because he just wants to play. And his brother wouldn't wake up at the same time. But what did wake him up was he used to, I don't know if he still does, I think this is really funny. He takes his finger and he like sticks it up Ghost's brother's nose because he thinks it's funny. But then Ghost's brother was like, the worst thing is his fingers are so small, so it goes really far up before you realise what's going on. Oh my god, he's practically poked him in the brainstem before he wakes up. Yeah, he just fully. How's Ghost like having his Ghost brother? I don't think Ghost brother likes it at all. I think he felt like his eye would probably move. Yeah, fully like. Yeah, so he was doing that most mornings apparently to wake them up. He said it's a horrible. Yeah, that's horrible across the board. That's a horrible thing to do across the board. That is not pleasant. So I was just thinking, I was like, oh no, but yeah, you did remind me of that. I was like, what if he sneezed? So many things have just been, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if someone stuck their finger like and tickled my optic nerve, I think I'd probably wake up too. I don't know. Felt in my neck. Oh, but like the Pixar lizard's eyes acting independently from each other. Yeah, like moving the screw around. Oh, awful. Awful. Got your temporal lobe. Don't kids, if you do, that's not something that you can handle. I don't think you should. Yeah, so I think it was quite shocking for them, but he's at an age now where he sleeps by like in his own bed unless he's got like nightmares or something. I don't know. So yeah, apparently it's a little bit easier now. So funny. A pachinko floor and you could smoke, but it's basically an extended balcony for all the smoke to come down. I was like, well, this is nostalgic. Yeah, no, I've been to some of those places like that as well. It's really unpleasant, isn't it? I think before probably like people were probably surrounded by smoke so much that they probably just didn't notice. But like when you go in now, it's a bit like, phew, I don't like this. See, with one eye open, yeah, I catch it first. Okay. So chat. I have never done heat map makeup before. Shocking, I know. However, I don't know. I gotta be honest with you. I'm pretty not in tune with anything anymore online. Especially like trends, etc. So generally, I don't really care. However, I am young. However, I did see that heat map makeup was a thing, and I thought it was really cool. My favourite person who I've seen do heat map makeup was beatsbydeb. I'm going to show you now. I just think she's done such a beautiful job. I love the shapes that she's created. So this one, isn't that pretty? I think a massive part of this as well is I really, really like that the hair matches too with the blue. I don't know how to style wigs, so that's not gonna. I'm not gonna look like that. I'm gonna look like a DIY version of this. I'm gonna like Temu beatsbydeb. However, that's fine. I just want to try, and it's so stunning, isn't it? There's been some other versions as well of heat map makeup, but in my personal opinion, if I'm gonna do, I wouldn't mind doing another one in the future with like a different with different shapes. But this one in particular is my favorite kind of shape. We have beatsbydeb at home version. That's who I'm gonna be today, because This is very, very flawless in my opinion, especially because I think the hair also brings it together, which I think she styled herself as well, because I may save some skill for the rest of us. I'm gonna try and see if I can emulate something similar to this. I just want to try, and I also think it's a very good exercise in blending. So because I have come back and I've convinced myself I don't have a career and that everything's falling apart and I'm not gonna have a future and I'm gonna have like 9 streams left, I think this is a good place to start. So I'm gonna recreate this today. And we're just gonna play with that, and if it goes awful, I'll quit. If it goes well, I'll consider coming back tomorrow. Are we all on par with that? We all in agreement? I'm glad. Very good. Where's my mirror? Great. And you'll be glad to know that my therapist agreed with all of you lot. So you mentally relaxed on holiday, but you didn't physically relax. Whatever. See if I care. See if it bothers me. It won't. Wait, are you gonna quit streaming? I'm one bad makeup look away. No, I'm joking. I'm winding you all up. I'm being dramatic. Shocking. I've never been dramatic before. So, missed the announcement you probably made about taking a break. I made like a whole thing on Twitch as well. But yeah, I went away for January. I didn't even make an announcement on socials, to be honest with you, because I kept those up to date. Apart from last week, because I was poorly. Yay. Okay. Let me, I'm going to begin the video. I'm just going to do a quick bit of talking on it. So I'm just going to mute this so I won't hear anything that you guys do. This week made us all cry again, exactly 1 week later. If it doesn't work out, you can go with Sophie Turner as Lara Croft's cousin. Thank you, she's muting us, chat. Yeah, I'm gonna mute you all. Okay, you'll still be able to hear me though. Oh, okay, you're muted. Hear me do a terrible voiceover. Right, well, let me just make sure I've got all of the writing in the background so nobody thinks that I'm AI. Let me, what else have we not got to do in the background? Make sure that, yeah, we're all, yeah, okay, cool. Make sure I move my hands around enough that nobody thinks I'm AI. Okay, cool. Now I've got to make sure that I'm going to do the makeup look, and I've got to make some mistakes, but not too many mistakes in there so people don't think that I'm AI. Okay, cool. Great, I'm so glad this is going to be easy. Great. I'm late to the game, but my favorite heat matte makeup look that I've seen is by beatsbydeb. So I want to try, I think it's a great exercise in blending. I'm gonna give it a go, so let's just give it a go. Shock horror, it worked out okay. These scripts are getting, these scripts are getting out of hand. Oh no, she's talking too much, it's AI. That doesn't seem to be aligned with her mouth, this audio, it just... Oh, Darla, did you change your name from KG? Make sure the transition is longer than 20 seconds. Got to make sure the video is long enough that it doesn't look like it could have been, you know, an 8-second video from AI. Got to turn around enough times as well to make sure that nobody thinks it's AI. God, this is tough. You got news? What's your news? So wait, and that's why you should. That's why you should. Oh no! If only we did. If only Megan. Oh yay, Idala! What do you plan to do for Valentine's Day? I usually just think like a chill one, like cooking at home. What on earth? Do birds have their own privacy laws? They don't anymore. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to spy on the crows. I see their nest and I thought it'd be a good idea to spy on them. Thank you very much. Thank you. And my flowers for sure. Cutie! Love that for you. I hope it's the best time ever. I hope it's really, really lovely and I hope you really enjoy that. Thank you so much. What the hell? What the helly? You guys, this wish list, always unreal. Thank you so much. Guys, she's not AI. She's an extraterrestrial from a different galaxy. I just searched for the body heat map images as another reference, and I didn't take into account that they would feature a sort of nudity by default. Oh. Good point. Yeah, good point. With my one true love, Twitch chat. I might end up dead on duty one day. Never know. Maybe you won't. We can't start off this way. Okay. Right, so this is going to be an exercise in blending. I thought this would be a good opportunity to use cream paints because there's so much blending. I got Rise of the Tomb Raider set for her birthday. What do you mean set? Oh, I'm sorry. You mean like ready to play? I thought there was like a studio set that or like some diorama that I'm so sorry. I was like, do you have a photo? Okay, gosh, don't do this to me. Anybody who just joined, I spent like last night opening all of my Tomb Raider stuff out of the boxes that I've always kept in boxes. And it sounds really magical, but the reason why I did it was because I ran out of space. I ran out of space, so where I could pose some of my Play Arts figures, I could pose them. I pose them in really small positions where they're crouching. So Lara's like on the floor, like with her bow and arrow, like this, like kneeling down, because that way I can save a bit more. Also, I think my parents have been following me. Okay, so then there's red, and then there's the yellow. Like physically following you. Yeah, I think so. Because I said to them last week that like I would be happy to see them, but I don't want to because Ghost and I are really stuffed full of cold and I don't want to pass it over to my parents. And my parents were like, oh yeah, like your dad's got a cold as well. So we were all like in agreement. Tell me why my dad was just like sat in the supermarket car park and we just so happened to run into him when he lives an hour away. Beeping at us, right? So we pull over in the space conveniently. There's a space next to him. It's convenient. It's convenient, isn't it? He gets out the car when we pull over, and he goes. Just so happens that my mum comes out of Morrison's. Oh, hello. What timing is this? I tried to bark at that Stacey told me to move or else. Followed me. And then I was like, oh, I mean, you know, like, I guess we've seen each other now. You're like, you can come over if you want. They're like, oh, I'm not sure we've got time. I'm not sure. When are you going to be finished shopping? Like, less than an hour. They were like, oh, okay, yeah. I was like, I'm not sure we've got time, you know, it's quite long. And I was like, okay, well, I need to go to pick up some other things. And they were like, okay. 20 minutes later, I get a notification on my CCTV's gone off. They've pulled into my driveway. Okay, sure. She's a bird box to watch birds really close up. It's really funny. They missed you, yeah, I think they really did. I can't wait for the rest of it. Am I overreacting? I think my parents are fully stalking me. Yeah, no, for real. That just... There's a PlayStation State of Play on Thursday, 10 PM UK time. What's the State of Play? Is that the one where they show off new games? Or trailers? I think I might just get away with this palette, you know? We'll see. I really want to use up a lot of my cream paints because I got sent a lot. I don't really use cream paint, so I was like, ooh. Anyway, whatever. I'm probably gonna have to mix some of these products on my hands, so let me take my watch off. It's the PlayStation, that's the one where they show trailers and stuff. Okay, yeah, if you remind me on the day, because I will forget, then I don't mind having it up on the side, unless something terrible happens, like I did my makeup. I'm joking. Okay, so I'm just going to pick out a bunch of brushes, and I don't know why I keep not just bringing this over here. I wonder if they'll show in-depth game. I forgot about Wolverine, you know. I mean, I've been a little bit just distracted by a different game, but... How many colours do we have? We've got red, yellow, green, blue. So we need 4 big brushes, dense brushes. Not dense enough. In my opinion, let's go. That one looks okay. It comes out this fall, so it makes sense. Already? I kind of thought that was going to come out next year. I think because I just haven't really been paying too much attention to it. But that's really exciting, Punisher. I wonder what kind of game it's going to be, like open world or something. This one looks okay. Fall 26. Oh no, they announced it, but it got leaked years ago, didn't it? Somebody hacked and leaked it, didn't they? That's what I'm thinking. I thought that was an announcement, but it's not. It was a leak. That was sad. Chat, if I put... Oh, chat, I'm going to be straight up honest with you, and let's just be transparent. You know how every single like at least 3 times every 2 weeks I complain I don't have any palette knives and that I should put them on the wish list. I'm going to do that now because I don't have any palette knives. Do you have an actual heat camera? Because see how realistic you can get. I don't actually have a heat camera. I imagine they'd be pretty expensive. Oh, I don't want the actual palette. I just want these. That's what I want. What's the cheapest one? Makeup spray. I don't want them. This banana. You guys have fully cleared out my wish list. It's actually genuinely empty. We usually pretend it's empty when there's eyebrow pencils and Fujifilm camera stuff on there, but now it's actually empty. Thank you. No pressure or anything, but just like myself, but also just... Thank you very much. It's genuine. That's genuinely unbelievable. Thank you very, very, very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. How many seconds? Peachy! Oh my god, I was really emotional when I was watching the clip back last week. It was very lovely. I'm still really, I can't, do you know, oh, yeah. So, yeah, because my parents followed me, and I was like, oh, I guess you can come around, I guess. I showed the bag and they were like, where did you find that? Why are we crowdfunding soap? Because there's nothing else I can put on my wish list. Were you here when it was toilet cleaner on the wish list? I don't know. I genuinely can't remember. We've had toilet cleaner on there as well. I was still looking for a palette knife. That's what's taking me so long. This is infinite. I'm thinking, am I just putting this off? Is this me? Is that what I'm doing? I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, let's just do something. No, you're not doing anything. I'll wait for the doorbell to ring 10 seconds later. I feel like I'd have to research like a heat cam, you know what I mean? Put passports. Get one of those like fake Etsy ones that have Lara Croft passport. You know, those little things that people make. Where is that one brush that I'm looking for? I don't know. This one will do. You're sounding much better. Yeah, last week I was feeling a bit like 35%. This week I'm feeling it's like 75. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you. I have one for my phone. It's an older phone, so it's like it's lightning connection. You can show me for like Discord if you want. Not now then. Yeah, that's interesting. Like an addition to your phone. Queen, do you know what, that so oddly specific, but yeah, like I suppose I never would have been like, oh god, yeah, when they used to look like that. That's like an old thing now. Yeah. But now it's gonna be fine because you've got a nice blue passport. It's gonna be blue. It's very, very lovely blue. Blue. It's gonna be blue. Okay. What's wrong with you? All hours of the day. I'm sure that will be very relaxing. Same, queen. Did they change the colour? I actually don't know. I don't think they did, you know. I know. So silly. There's so much of it which I was just like... The Navy, yeah. Navy passports. Ugh. Nobody liked that. When you don't go through the gates anymore, you're salty. They've usually been quite quick for me, but I don't know if I've just been quite I must have just been quite fortunate with my timing on them, I think. What did they do to the passports? They yeah, they changed them from burgundy to this blue. And for some reason everyone in the everyone was like, no. Ew. It's really funny. It's just so stupid. Yeah, but everyone was like, you have a black one. Whoa. Whoa. Also, I had a fist fight with my 3D printer again today, chat. I'm over it. It prints out like for the first 20 minutes fine, and I think awesome, and then I stop looking at it, and then it spaghettis. Why? 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 Fight with my, yeah, sure thing. I'll take both of them on. Moisture in the filament? I really don't think so. I think it's something to do with the Z-axis, I can only assume. But I don't know, I'll figure it out. But I was unhappy, to put it lightly. I was very annoyed. I was very, very frustrated with the thing. I'm worried that this red might be like too red, like red. It looks more red on the brush. Whoa. Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? Oh, do I want to... Let's just dip into this a little bit. You have to boil it first? No, that would ruin it. I have done a Cheetos paint a long time ago. There's like brush hairs coming out of the brush and sticking themselves to my face. They want to be part of it too. No. Oh, am I like Cheeto Hulk? God, it feels like an eternity ago now. Whole hose. Woo! Okay, and then this here needs a lot of work because it's very fine. A Cheetos Hulk. I don't remember what possessed me to do it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not really sure why I was like, this is a great idea. I don't know what it was. Hi, Smashing. I think you need more sun cream next time. Hi, Toasty. How are you? That was indeed a great idea. I'm actually pretty happy with how it turned out. I think it looked pretty cool. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why I thought, Cheetos and the Hulk. Seems like you're really enjoying the game, Biscuit. Eating them with chopsticks. It's so much easier to eat crisps with chopsticks though. I'm glad it became more widely known. Great hack for people to use. No dirty fingers. Good, thank you, Bruce. How are you? No Cheeto fingers. No Cheeto fingers. It can be a thing of the past. Doing makeup once again, honestly, I feel so much happier doing it. I was getting frustrated, starting to convince myself, like, am I quitting? Cheeto dust controllers. Ew! What's worse than Cheeto dust is carbon from cleaning weapons. I don't know, I can't relate. Okay, but have you ever had eyeshadow stuck inside your PC fans? Because that's a real problem, trust me. Feel bonita. I didn't act like it. I seemed pretty upset about it, to be honest with you. The toothbrush in the PC was particularly impressive. Thank you. It's been a long time since that toothbrush has been in there. It was just such an awkward. Oh, I can't believe it got stuck in there. It's so easily done, you know. Lived in my memory forever. Did I upload a photo of it? I can't remember. It was just the way that the way that the glass was like, it kind of like lifted off the top and it just, and then I dropped it because I was, I do it for my makeup and I used to put my stuff on top of the PC. Like a mini shelf sometimes. I just fell straight through. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, no, basically, I had my old PC case was really wide. And the kind of like fan area was there, and then it had two bits that went up here, and then you would like thumb screw a piece of glass over the top, so there was like that much gap. but for something to fall in, it was like ramps that go in there. And I would put stuff on the top sometimes, and it fell down the sides and into the middle, and I was just perfect size for it to fall through. I was frustrated, but yeah, a whole toothbrush fell in there. And then the worst thing is that I didn't really notice it for a long time. And then it took me ages to get it out because I had to like unscrew it. I couldn't put my hand in there. I had to like fully unscrew the thing. So then I couldn't be bothered to unscrew it, so I would just leave it. Yeah, it was so small. You're absolutely right. Yay, Queen. Yeah, it was tiny. I feel like this camera isn't picking up how bright this is. Hi, Star Wars Lady, how are you? So I'm only using, okay, let me hold this up. So I'm typically only using, hello. So I'm typically only using cream paints because at least this way I can try to get the blend a little bit easier and keep going backwards and forwards. We're just gonna see how this is gonna go. I swear my camera just doesn't like me sometimes. Shut up, joke bot. Oh my god, that was close. Straight in. I think I need to try and adjust the camera settings a little bit. It's not picking it up. I think it's because I've got the extra lights and it's cream, so it's God no, that's way too much, sorry. That's not correct. That's a bit better. I'm confusing the camera again. The blend looks like so... I'm just using cream paint, so it's actually pretty easy. But I just want to work on bringing in some more blue. Because I think the blue's too far back. Oh my god, Jackpot, now that is a really old reference. Twitch 300 straight. Oh no, Wanga! Is it completely gone? For 3 hours after work. What do you hope to do with your evening today, Elise? I think that's a bit better. I want to make dinner, tidy up, and then set up the filter on my microphone from scratch because I finally know what they all mean. That's a lot to do in like 4 hours. So, Elise, one of my favourite things to do is, you can do this with me if you want, right now, is take a photo of how messy my space is, and then send it to, I usually send it to Theo or Dusty, or Star Wars Lady, and then I say, ask me in half an hour what this space looks like. And then they set a timer, and then 30 minutes later they say, send me a photo of what you've done. And then I go into like full-blown panic mode. I start cleaning faster than I've ever cleaned in my life because I'm like, they're gonna ask me what it's gonna look like. And I have to show footage of what it actually looks like. It genuinely has to look good enough. So I end up doing that, and it ends up being really, really quick. So you could do that if you want. And send it to me or something. I mean, tidy up for tonight is literally just putting the drying bed sheets away. Okay, well, I mean, I never really put you as a dramatic one before, but now I'm starting to change my mind. Someone say bed sheets. Exactly, yeah, it works for me every time as well. Like, oh my god, like you have to see that I did something. Look, I actually did something though. Like it looks better. Works every single time. Go for it, Colt. Why not? Fingers crossed for you. Chat, is the music too loud? Assuming you can hear music. Okay. What? It's really quiet. Okay, I made it kind of quieter though, because when I was watching some of my old clips, I was like, damn, that's really loud. Start setting this. Of the... Is that your board game? Hello? Oh, chat, can you believe now it wants to focus on me? I'm like, here's the product, and it's like, no, you. The Valve game. Oh no, I don't think so. Okay, and then I want to go over everything a bit more with an eyeshadow palette to try and make the colours brighter. So we go again. Let's go in with the blue, I think, because the blue for me is not strong enough. Woke up in an ice bath. There is no way I would wake up in an ice bath unless something happened and I passed out in it. Chat, I watched a video the other day about Action Park. I didn't know that was even a thing. Have you guys heard of Action Park? We are watching paint blend today. A little bit different today. Well, trying to blend anyway. Class action. Yeah, they said that's what people started calling it. Action Park. Yeah, it's like this park in New York where they like the one rule apparently was like no risk, no fun. And it was like they just had loads of terrible rides. And like, but they kept like managing to like deflect all of the legal stuff. It was crazy. Awful. I couldn't believe it. It's called Action Park, and then in the end it had that many problems with it. Like people were like calling it Class Action Park. Crazy stuff. Health and safety did not exist. It was bad. Like that stuff was real bad. I am very grateful to live in a world where we have health and safety because, oh my God. I think Johnny Knoxville made a movie about it. Really? Yeah, I've only just heard of it. And I was like, what the hell? Metal slides. Oh. Oh, yes. They were banking on the fact that it wasn't sunny. Thank you very much, Jackpot. Oh my God, Toasty. I'd be so sad. I know that's the point, but I would be very sad. I was not the cool kids. Are you sure? You kind of strike me as someone who would be classified as one of the cooler ones. I have wet pantaloons. I'd like a different shade of green to show you with. No, Shadow? Why? Are you? I want the yellow to show up more yellow. It does sound like the Starved advert, you're right. Okay. You need a Jet 2 holiday. That's right. Yeah, that leans right into that. Not before Automon. I genuinely don't. I wonder if they know how much that song has people associate with Jet 2, but not in a way that I think people are like, oh yeah, let's book a Jet 2. I don't know. I wonder if it's actually helped or hindered, because now I just find it kind of annoying. You know when like some adverts are so catchy in a way that they become quite irritating. Like the Go Compare advert, that was an irritating advert. That was an irritating one. We're very aware of the brand, but I've been told to avoid them out of spite for the song. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe it has the opposite effect. We're all a bit like, oh. Compare the Meerkat. I feel like the Compare the Meerkat ones is not as irritating. Can remember Go Compare though, with the guy, the opera singer. I think that one annoyed a lot of people. Good, thank you. I was on holiday, that's why. Yeah, I think they tried to get rid of him and was like, oh, you know, you guys have kind of mentioned that like he's kind of annoying. And then I also think that I got the impression that they did that and were like, okay, yeah, he's gone. And I think everyone was like, thanks, it was getting a bit annoying. And then didn't they bring him back really quickly? They brought him back like 6 months later and everyone was like, no. No, it's too soon. I specifically remember something like that as well. He came back and nobody liked that. It was extreme, yeah. Like they had no ideas. The only thing that they could think of was Mr. Go Compare. I think that was how it was. I think that's pretty much how it was, wasn't it? Like that was it. They had no other ideas, no thoughts. After just for years him to be reborn. No, I don't know, Mr. Peanut. Should I be happy I don't know Mr. Peanut? I think I just need to get a bit more water. 1 second. Ooh. I don't want it to look better than the original. I really admire this artist and I don't see any way that it should be like a competition. So my intention is not to look better than the original. I don't really want that at all, and I don't personally see that as a compliment. I just prefer to, because ultimately, like if someone said that about my stuff, I think I'd feel a bit sad. So I think out of respect for the artist, I don't really see it that way at all. I think what you're trying to do is give me a compliment, but I really respect this artist and I don't really want anything like that, to be honest with you. Even if I didn't respect the artist, I feel like it's unfair to say. I think it's just better to say that you think it's cool, because there's never really a competition. Surely running one meeting and answering a dozen emails is enough work for one day, right? And I can play video games now, right? 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 Also, I need you guys to know, and you all probably know already, taking your Pop Funkos out the boxes makes so much space. You end up with so much space. Just logging into the network is enough. Oh my god, is that because of all the security? But they'll be worth $10. Look, you can keep the box. Just saying. But you know, you should probably consider. Basically, I didn't realise how small they were. Ruined. Ruined. Hi Protex, how are you? Yeah, so I didn't, the only Pop Funkos I've kept in the boxes were the Tomb Raider ones, and there's a whopping 2 of those, and even then, to me, I was like, this is annoying me. Wait, Zach, I've already kind of told you, and I think I told you in a way that was quite polite, but now I'll tell you in a way that I hope you understand. When you do this, take that advice and I'll critique your work. Show me when you do this. Otherwise, do not tell artists what they should be doing, especially when it's not finished. You haven't got a clue, you're here to watch, you're not here to tell me how to do it. Do you understand? And don't use capital letters like that, it looks like you're shouting at me. And I'm not interested in you shouting at me. It has to be in English. Okay, well this is your final warning, because quite honestly I'm not interested in nonsense. People don't tell plumbers, oh my god, the plumber came over today and bless him, he was so sad because the job that he had just come from, the guy was like getting really angry and was like all shouty at him. And he was telling us, and he was like, I don't know why. But the plumber said to us, he was like, when I got there, he started being all aggressive, having a go at me. But I was like, I've turned up here to help you. And then he said, he was like, I told the guy that I'm here to help. If you're going to be like that, then I can just turn around and leave. And apparently the guy started calming down, but just kept making comments all day. How sad is that? Like, I can't just be nice. And then at the end of like the visit, while he was helping us with some like bits, he was just like, thanks for being nice customers. Oh, and I was like, it's okay, sounds like you had like a pretty rough start to the day, people shouldn't be like that. And he was like, yeah, but I just appreciate you being really nice. Why can't you just be normal? I know, and it sounds like it really upset him. Yeah, and he was really sad. He was like, and he was being all aggressive. He was like, this guy was like banging his fists on like the worktop and stuff, like while I was there, like shouting about stuff. He was just like banging things, like walking around the house, like slamming stuff. He was like, it was horrible. Like, what the hell? And then he said, like, apparently this guy was complaining at him because he hadn't had heating for the last 2 weeks, right? But hear me out. They said to him, if there's any issues, call between now and the next visit, and he never called and said anything. But as soon as they turned up, he started shouting at them. And they were like, you were told to call. And he was like, I haven't had heating. And they were like, but you didn't tell us that. What the hell? We didn't know. We didn't know that. Why didn't you tell us something was wrong? And then he just started shouting. And then that's when he was like, I'll go home. I will not help you. And then he was like, oh. How sad. Yeah, exactly. Like, how, otherwise, obviously, they'd be like, oh my god, let's come fix it. What else are you meant to do? Jackpot, that's so funny. Someone's cold! Wait, so you need to speak in English, because otherwise we can't moderate it. If you don't speak in English, you'll get removed from the chat. Oh no. Way too hot, Kyle. I made the critical error of burning my tongue on the first day of my holiday because I was so excited to eat. That's so funny. Looks better than the picture. I really respect this artist, so I prefer not to compare or make it seem like there's any competition. I don't really agree with that kind of comment personally, because I've had comments like that about me before, and it's really upsetting where people have said things like that, and I don't really like it. So I don't really want to encourage that for other people. I feel like, I mean, you would think so, but I've genuinely been on like Twitter when I used to use Twitter, and people would be like, "Wow, your stuff is so good. Like you're better than Mcroft," and they'd be like, "Oh my god, thanks," and I'd just be like, "Huh? What? Like, what do you mean? Like, I would stick up for you in that situation. You're not gonna turn around and be like, let's not? Okay, cool." Comparison is the death of joy. Yeah. Genuinely though, I think social media has made a lot of people really weird. Jackpot shot. Oh my god. Yeah, I forgot you had to get the medicine. You had to get that before you can buy it from the shop, can't you? You have to like make it. But it's so expensive. Oh, is it? Is it? Oh my god. Do you know what? I genuinely I don't remember much about this. I remember it. I don't remember it all. I think there's a way to not get stung, and I think that's to run inside somebody else's house. Hope the bees follow you in there and they take the other person instead. Or you can catch them. You can catch them. Oh, that's really funny. Or you can catch them with the net, but require. Yes. Oh my god. No, that's yes. That's the thing. Yeah, you can catch them with the nets, but that's really hard. It's a skill issue. What word was auto-bodied? I ain't got a clue. I think it was like smart detection. Throwing itself off, it's not actually smart. Thank you. Chat, it's dinner time. It's like, don't bully the mods. Because auto mods, like, I'm one of them. Star Wars lady. Did you get any ideas for future paints? Not as many as I normally would. Because I tried to switch off. Which I think is a good thing. I think we're all very happy to hear that. I really tried to not think about streaming and working. I tried to just kind of like actually have some time off. I cannot confirm or deny Peppa Pig. I cannot confirm nor deny that today I was looking at pictures of Peppa Pig. But you tried. I made a real solid effort. Kind of weird that this looks really stripy on here, but to me it doesn't look that way. When Les Banana already posted the masterpiece. In theory, if I was going to build on it and create my own masterpiece, hypothetically speaking, that's not a good idea, Biscuit. Try not to do that in the future. Hope that helps. So soggy biscuits are not good. You are right. We need a dark blue. Let's just use this one, it's on the top. I really need to pee. So what I'll do is after I've done this little bit, I'm gonna go pee and I'm gonna wash all the cream paint off my hands. And then I'm gonna eat my dinner. Well said, Jab. It's not well said, but I'm sure. I kind of look like that stripy girl who got sick. Right, I'm going to go to the toilet, wash this off, etc. I'm such a bad cook. The last time I made toast, it had bones in it. Yours? Or have I not understood another one of your jokes? I might sit to eat. The flies chipped in to get the screen door fixed. Look at Pepper. It's AI. Jackpot, you've been on quite the roll today, haven't you? How do you feel? got some interesting cookbooks, haven't they? Wasn't there an Overwatch cookbook at one point? Vampire gaslights you into thinking they give off body heat steam. Mikey, question for you. What do you think is the perfect job for a vampire to trick people into getting an invitation to come into their house? A baby? I don't think so, because that requires you to have prior knowledge that someone in that house is pregnant. Because if someone, like, I'd be so confused at the door, and I'd be like, what the hell are you on about? As a gas man in the late 90s, a dog trainer, I don't know, you've got to know that that person's got a dog. You have to know prior knowledge. A roommate, full plot. No, what about you're not looking for one? You'd be like, no thanks. Is your dog okay? May I may I come in now? I think it would. I think you'd probably have to be like a police officer or something. I think you'd have to do something like that, and you'd have to say like, we've got some questions, may we come in? And then you'd have to really hope that person says, yes, come in. I think you have to be like, oh, something talking about, can we come in? They call you, it's like a reverse takeaway. It's making me think of how important a skill is. I know, it's really funny. Vampires are always really bad about their skills of asking in to be invited about being suspicious. Yeah. Paramedic? I don't know. Firefighter, pound on the road, overloaded in blue. Can we check yours? I don't know if I'd let these people in. That's the thing. I don't think I'd let them in. I'm not getting in my house without a warrant. Postcode lottery agent. But postcode lottery people don't have to come in the house. Maintenance. For what? That's everything from plumbing to an electrician. Maintaining what? I maintain the house. What if they've got administration permission? You still have to get an invite though, don't you? You can't, like, just because they've got a search warrant doesn't mean they're allowed in. Everything, I'm coming here to maintain it all. Milkshakes. I don't know, what does the internet say? There's no legal precedent for people. Yeah, exactly. Like, so what does someone really have to do to be able to get like entryway into like your home? A supermarket delivery driver offer, do you know what, Biscuit? Maybe some people are happy to like let somebody come in. Just landlord. What if you're the what if you are the landlord? You give them prior warning, and then the day you say, can I come in? Surely you know what your landlord looks like, not if you live in like a block of flats. Can you imagine being a vampire walking into every single one, cleaning out one block at a time? I think you'd have to be the landlord. Landlord needs to give you 24 hours notice, yeah. Which I think that you might still be able to do. Here's the thing. Oh my god, chat, no, I've got it. The vampire has to find the landlord for the block of flats. I'm assuming we're in flats, right? Takes them out after somehow getting in their house. Stakes out the landlord for a building that houses, what, like 100 people, takes their phone number. At everyone in an email, I need to come over tomorrow to do maintenance. 24 hours notice. Be ready from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The perfect disguise. They all do that. Then, next day, vampire can get... Wait, no, vampires can't go outside. Oh, they can if we're in forks. Cool. So then the next day, it's raining. Cloudy. They go in and they knock on every single flat and they say, landlord, can I come in? And they say, yeah. That's it, got him. How is a landlord easier than building maintenance? Well, I changed my mind about what I was thinking about Les Banana, and that's why, because I was thinking I wouldn't let anyone in my home, but I was thinking you might let people more if you're in a block of flats. Not meet their landlords. I never met the landlord for some of the places I've been in. Because you do it through an agency. Scary, I know. To do it in winter evenings only. Hulk! Girl Scout cookies isn't a thing over here. Sauce immediately. Still, I don't think people in the UK would let them in. And it wouldn't be Queens. It wouldn't be Queen Scouts. It would be people handing out mugs with the Queen on it. That's what it would be. I'm telling you now, that's what it would be. You know the mug that you see in Mr. Bean? A lot of people have one of those, but not that exact one. A similar variety. Oh, Queen. Like a vicar in a small village might work. I don't know. Because they would know the vicar, so they'd let the vicar in. But this is a vampire. Who probably isn't allowed in churches. Oh, Corgi's giving you side eye. Back when my mum went into care, the government took the house to pay for it. I ended up buying it myself off the market. 2 different relatives of neighbours. Relatives of neighbours knocked round and asked to look at my house to get us ahead of the estate agents. Relatives of neighbours. Wow. Can we just have a look? Wow. Ring cameras would make vampires' lives a lot more complicated. The footage of them scouting out the building first the night before. No. That theory is debunked, Kyle. Right, Mikey, that's awful. No, Kyle, that theory is debunked, and the reason why is because mirrors used to be made out of a backing of silver, which is why they wouldn't be able to see themselves. But now mirrors are made out of aluminium. Modern day vampires can see their reflections. Can imagine when they brought out the cheaper aluminium mirror and one vampire went, Jesus! Modern day vampires can see themselves. They know what they look like. And also, we've got like Polaroid cameras now. Why am I grey? Jesus Christ! That's what I look like after all these years. Exactly. Vampire reality checks and depression skyrockets. I'm cured! For how long? Why did anyone tell me? What if a vampire worked in an antique store? That would be super interesting. Oh my god, and they don't know? They don't know because they're surrounded by antiques. Oh my god! They could be surrounded by antiques and someone could come in trying to pass off like an aluminium mirror as an antique because now we're like, they're like some kind of like Gen Z and it's some mirror from the 90s and this vampire who works at the antique store is like, oh my god, is this mirror? It's magic mirror. Yes, queen. Yeah. Are all vampires super tall? Do we all look bite-sized to them? Good question. I think they'd have to blend in. I think they'd have to... Maybe they'd just be, like, normal tall. It's made of pure... No, it isn't! Oh, hang on, chat. Cassie's calling me. Hello? At the end of the call, just before she hung up, she asked me what I was doing, and I said I was streaming. So, and then she hung up. So as we all know, she's about to turn up into chat. Nope, she sent me a text. I'm not coming to chat. I can't do this with you. That's really... Yeah, we completed it a few months ago on stream. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate it. Gosh, I was really hungry. I didn't realise how hungry I was. Fun to choose a best friend, but they're different kinds of friends though. You need to remember, Lara Croft was my childhood best friend, my imaginary friend. Cassie. Cassie's playing this really interesting game on stream at the moment. I mean, not right now, but honestly, it could be. And they just have the strangest. They just have the strangest interactions. My favourite one was like the keys were stuck on the top of this playground, and they kicked it, and then the keys like fell down a little bit, but not all the way. Very much, Carl. Thank you. They kicked it and they fell down, but not all the way. And then instead of kicking it again, they were like, now what? Gotta find something to chuck it. Oh. They're written by Hula Hoops and Barbie. Hi everyone, hi. No, I haven't. Have you? Oh, chat, I'm really upset. I'm really upset, and I want you to know how upset I am. This is hard for me to admit. When I asked you lot on Friday who was doing the Super Bowl performance, and you said Bad Bunny, this whole time I thought Bad Bunny was the girl from Dr. Phil who said "Cash Me Outside." And I've thought this for many years. Many years. And And I was confused for years how successful this girl had seemingly apparently become, because I don't research these things. I just think, oh, okay. And I thought that was really strange that this Cash Me Outside Bad Bunny girl was so successful, and everyone was like, oh, Bad Bunny's doing this, Bad Bunny's doing this performance, I'm gonna go see Bad Bunny. And I thought, whoa. No, that's Mid Bunny. Who is that person? This is the same. That's Bad Barbie. Melissa, that was him. Shut up, Les Banana. No, Les Banana, because I have another confession, and it's so embarrassing. I have been absolutely devastated every time you followed me into somebody else's chat. Devastated because when everyone goes, oh my god, like lesbian, and for some reason, for any reason, I saw your username and thought French bananas, and I had never in my life thought lesbian until you told me that you are a lesbian. I thought French banana, les banana. That's it. And I did think that's not the right word for banana in French. I thought that, but I thought it's not my username. But every time we go into somebody else's chat, Cassie, Holly, everyone goes, oh my god, I'm a lesbian too. And I'm sat here and thought, but in fact, let's be honest, shut up, Cassie. Why is it, I just don't understand, like, why is it always it's only me that gets caught up in these things? And the worst part is, I'm so accepting of certain things. I'm just like, oh, okay. And I don't think anything else of it. I just accept it for the next 6 to 5 working months. Until at one point I think, why is no one else thinking this? Years I thought Bad Bunny was the Cash Me Outside Dr. Phil girl. So confused. Everything I've ever thought about. And it got to the point I realised, I was on the treadmill today and I was thinking, I was like, I cannot believe this. I realised, and I did that thing. I thought of every Bad Bunny conversation I've had for the last 9 years and realised I didn't understand what anybody was talking about. And I probably sounded even more stupid because I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm not really a fan, but you know, like, you know, so you get famous sometimes. Whatever. And they must have thought I was an absolute tool. I had no idea. I thought we were talking about the Dr. Phil girl. Do you think French is just les in front of certain English words? I studied French for 9 years. Thank you. And I can't form a basic sentence. But during the Game Awards, it was pretty obvious. I don't know about that. I'd rather watch Kid Rock. I didn't even know who he was. Also, Dr. Phil isn't actually a doctor. Yeah, I've heard that. You thought I meant Bad Barbie? Anytime you've mentioned Bad Bunny to me, before Saturday last week, yeah. I didn't know. I ain't got a clue. This is what happens when you ignore celebrities. It's actually really embarrassing. Hi NSM, how are you? Dr. Doom isn't really a doctor either. Oh, I can't believe this. I've got a voice note from Cassie. It's probably not PG chat. Oh, that's Savannah! fuck, Cassie, when you put it that way. Cassie has just offered me another issue where I'm the common denominator and being the problem. Which was, Cassie was saying to me, where do you buy contacts from? Like contact lenses. And I kept saying, oh my kitty for you. Oh my kitty for you. And then just doing what I normally do, which is like, oh my kitty for you. And because the name of the website is Oh My Kitty for You. And Cassie has admitted to me that she didn't really understand and she thought I was making an offering. No, it's a subscription. I'm consistently the one who hasn't got a clue what's going on. It's always me. I think it takes us a long time. Look, it takes us a long time because we don't really, look at us playing games, we don't really get very far. One time, in Resident Evil 5 though, I said follow the sound of my voice and Cassie shouted at me that that's a stupid idea and then found me. I've got an egg! Do you want an egg? Oh yeah, actually. Egg scene. Well, I tried explaining that one to Ghost, but Ghost was like, but you left to get the egg. And I was like, no, I know. I went to go get an egg. And he was like, it's downstairs. I was like, yeah. And he was like, so why didn't she have, why didn't she understand? I was like, I don't know. But she had an egg in Resident Evil. We should make our conversations like a sadness cartoon. Because I was saying that they do knife making courses in London, right? And it sounds fun. And then we were like, maybe we shouldn't. But then like afterwards, you're kind of walking around with a knife. And I was like, but what's the difference of walking into John Lewis and getting a knife? And then we were like, oh yeah, it's a good point though, isn't it? Like you can just go buy a kitchen knife. Like there's nothing, and that's acceptable. And I was like, yeah, but it's in plastic packaging maybe. And then and then we were like, but like if you bought that and you were gonna use it on someone, that like in self-defense, you'd have to also buy scissors because you wouldn't be able to open the packaging. And then I was like, or you just keep it in the plastic vacuum packaging and threaten them with that instead. But then I was like, yeah, but if they're threatening you and you're doing this in self-defense, maybe you'd have to ask them if you could borrow their knife to open your knife. Because your knife's in the packaging, because you went and bought it from Tesco. So we were like, oh, I don't know how it would really work though. You have to be 21 to buy a kitchen knife. You do, yeah, you do, but yeah, I mean, we're there now. I swear, like Mel's face looks like a mood ring and she talked about conversations. Do you think people have like sword fights? Yeah, I think they do. I've got some, but my ones, they only clap. Because they're like I can't do this, I've got a cold. Because they're like training swords. You know what I mean? But you can just have a sword fight with those and they would just like smack. I've actually got two. Well, it's not a paper cut then, is it? It's a plastic cut. The girl on Twitch cut her finger open on a katana because she dropped it. Did you see that QVC episode where the guy was like showing off the katana and then he cut himself? Wasn't he saying like, oh yeah, it's like, it's... I can't remember, he was showing it off, but didn't he? And then he really hurt himself and they had to get the paramedics in. It was really bad. He like just dropped behind the desk. My ex sliced his hand putting his katana away. He was fine. Queen! He was fine. No, but you call... I did see you call a bad buddy bad baby. Is it bad baby or bad Barbie? Who is this person? Who is this Dr. Phil ex-resident? Who is this person? What is their name? In the midst of realizing this, I never looked them up. I didn't know. I looked at Bad Buddy and was like, that is very different to the kind of person I had in my head. Bad Barbie. I was wondering why you were saying Barbie. Who's Barbie? Who's Bad Barbie? I thought that was Nicki Minaj when she does her alter ego. Are we talking about Nicki Minaj? Catch me outside. I'm in so much pain. My brother had fake swords and a giant one. He had a giant one when I was 14 at a party. I took it out of my brother's room and a girl wanted to hold it. I handed it, but she grabbed it. Hang on a minute, I need to scroll. But she grabbed it by the end of the hilt and then the end popped off and it dropped and went right through her foot. Whoa, jackpot. I thought you said it was fake. I thought Nikki's other name was Roman. I thought it was Barbie. No, she's just Bad Barbie? Who? We don't talk about her anymore. That's what I thought. Are you still using sunscreen? Every day. 50. Oh my god, are we serious in this? I don't know any of these people. Also, Dr. Phil is now Bad Ken. It wasn't shot. Oh my god. His full name is Dr. Philip Bad Barbie Bad Barbie Baby Rabbington the Third Esquire. I don't know. Cora in the Esquire, please stop it. I will check everything and catch you outside. Bad Barbie is Danielle Bragoli. Oh my god. Mikey, thank you very much for 9 months. No, this is the problem. Darla, her name is spelled baby, but it's so close to Barbie that I've never read her name correctly, and I thought it was Barbie. And Bunny. That's the problem. It's spelled differently. That's too close to Barbie for me. I defaulted. I really defaulted to Barbie on that one. But I mean, I also thought her name was Bunny. We need to keep digging. I don't know. I just haven't heard of these people. I just don't know who these people are. Who are these people? I just didn't know about them. I don't know. Well, I wish I had your celebrity knowledge. It's embarrassing sometimes, genuinely, when people are like, oh, no, like, one time Ghost asked me to name 5. No, he asked me to name as many basketball players. I think I had to name like 5 or 10, I can't remember. And I was like, LeBron, Shaq, Michael Jordan, Bugs Bunny, and Layla Bunny. 5. You. I was gonna say this is Space Jam. Have you seen Space Jam 2? I have. No, do you know what's ridiculous as well? It's like people are like, how have you not seen this film? And then I turn around and been like, yeah, in Donnie Darko 2, and they're like, sorry. I've only seen the sequel. I haven't seen the first one. And I know you lot are like, oh, if you see the first one, you're confused. Let me tell you right now, if you've only seen the sequel, you're more confused. I've never been more confused in my entire life. There's a Donnie Darko 2, and that's the only one I've seen. I ain't got a clue what was going on, but somebody had foils. Bugs Bunny was a criminal and Dr. Phil talking about being at the audience. Waiting basketball players and make up 3 more. There is a C. You do this to yourself. I didn't know. I had no idea. I was just like, oh, whatever, I'll watch that. And then I was just like, what the hell? I also saw Prometheus. I've never seen an alien film. There's a second Donnie Darko film. There's a reason why none of you lot have heard about it. Okay, well, have you seen Gulliver? I did that too, Queen. The most confused. What on earth is happening? Who are you? What's that? What's this? What is that? What does this mean? And then at the end, it feels like they do a big reveal and you're like, what's that? I don't know who this is. Do people say, I've seen Donnie Darko too? Good point. I didn't even know Prometheus was an alien film. Even afterwards, I thought it was a generic space movie. Who would win in a fight between Ziggy Stardust and David Bowie? 0, please. Good thing we do movie nights in Discord. Michael, I don't join! They're done by my mods when they're really kind. They're like, Mel's gone. Let's watch a film. I'm invited last minute. I was actually looking for that the other day. No. I don't think so. I need to reheat my tea. But chat, I might evaporate it again. So please keep an eye out on me and my tea. Also, I knocked all my eyeshadow palettes on the floor when I went to go listen to my voice note. Jackpot. Goodbye. What if they're connected? Oh, this brush has not been washed very well. Uh-oh, that's on me. They'll totally get around that, Zero, by saying that he's not practicing his license, he's being a TV show host or some crap like that. Megan! What's your proud of this look already? I think it looks okay. Right, let's do some filming. Oh yeah. Oh, it's okay, it's not cooked yet. Thank you. Megan. I feel like this part around here would be the part that's the most, inside there would be probably the most red. And then a bit here. And then everything else being blue. I really couldn't make up my mind on what makeup to do today. So honestly, you're kind of right. I was really struggling. Oh my God, Michael. You had a lot of training. I don't know who that is. The only person I've done from Star Trek is the stripy lady. It's never ending. Michael, you'll be one of the best trained people in the world at this point. The stripy lady. That's right. Don't forget the tea. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's still. Yeah, it's not warm yet. I don't really feel like I'm very skilled when it comes to cream paints, so working with cream paints today is kind of tricky doing the whole thing. Big blending game. It makes it easier, but I've definitely still got a lot to learn. Is Elise lurking? Shall we get her to ask how her cleaning's going? Accountability her, yeah. Gosh, this is really tricky. Let me use a bigger brush for this area. Especially the bad parts. And it's all bad. No, I don't. I feel like it wasn't all bad, but most of it was. Oh, no, still. I don't like the interacting with people parts. Yeah, I feel like interacting with people is okay if you're on the same like wavelength, like you're on the same line. But sometimes when you interact with people and they kind of like, they're a bit mean sometimes, you know what I mean? And you're a bit like, oh. I was under the impression that we both didn't really want to be here. So, you know, we'd have that in common already, but apparently not. So clearly you're just looking for someone to like be mean to, but we're both in this. I don't actually do any of my work. Well, that's what I love my job. I control the interactions. If I want to completely isolate myself completely, I can. Yeah. Yeah, I think that sounds like it's quite nice. If you want to be like, no. Really? But you have to go in? But it's been 15 years. Was it your choice? Yeah, Megan, absolutely. I just don't understand how, like, I always felt like if I didn't do something, there'd be a repercussion for it. But, like, certain people over there that we can see are not doing anything, and we know that there's got no evidence of the workload at all. Like, why are you mates? For what reason, though, Michael? That's really rubbish, Michael. Does it make you want to change jobs, or are you happy to stick it out? Maybe I have PTSD. Oh, stop, lady. Whoa, jackpot. That's bad. Oh, right. Got you, Michael. Damn, yeah, that's a real shame. Hopefully it falls through. Not the job. The actual work in the office. Would just be a fold-out table. Cancel her right now. I mean, it's not wrong though, like, we do wish unemployment on some people. But you know, not everyone, but certain. They shouldn't have jobs, you know what I mean? Shut up, jackpot! Yeah, jackpot. I'm glad you knew. I don't answer the calls, no. I don't wish for you. I don't wish it at all. I tell you to quit. So, so you'll pick up the phone. Guys, I'm not trying to be that person, and I'm not saying we should all be worried, but it's 10 past 10 and Yanks hasn't turned up after work, so we might all have to genuinely be a little bit worried. Tentatively past 10. Oh my god, yeah. Queen! That's so funny. Oh my god. You okay? They should send the search party. Where are they? The daily routine. It's weird, isn't it? How like you were genuinely like, oh yeah, like shocking to me if Kings doesn't go to bed at like 20 minutes past 11. Where have you been? No, car gone. Something wrong with your display? Nope, there's just something wrong with me. No, but it's so like relatable though, isn't it? Where have you been? Like it's the I know. Well, we've all been shouted at like that by a parent before. I never left the house. Oh yeah, no, I've been screamed at. What the what? Do you know what? The one that felt the most ridiculous. The most ridiculous. My mum was very like panicked. I had a panicky mother. Just FYI. My dad was riding around on his bike, and I saw him in the street riding his bike. So I got my bike and started riding around with my dad for like an hour. I think about 50 minutes in, my dad turned to me and went, "Did you tell your mum that you're with me?" And I said, "No." We rounded a corner and my mum had left the house and was running down the street, screaming. Where the hell are you? You can't just leave that. I think I was like 8 years old. I was fairly young, fine. But I was with my dad. But obviously she didn't know. So yeah, pre-mobile phones, according to like, you know, fair enough to her. It looks like daughter's gone. She's just gone. She's not in the house. She's gone. Whatever. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. But it did feel ridiculous because I was with my dad. Yeah, that was the worst one. She was literally like in the streets, like looking. I don't know. She didn't live. Oh my god, bad. That was bad. That was a bad one. Gone. Didn't think to say. Yeah, I think he just presumed I said something, and then I assume at that daunting moment we went, "Did you tell your mum?" And I said no. He must have thought. Leave small Mel alone. I know. Well, put it this way, it never happened again, so someone learned. No, I didn't. I don't even remember what happened. I remember thinking like, it's not that bad. I was with my dad, so I remember thinking like, what's the big deal? Sammy, thank you so much. Thank you. Fully blame him. Do you know what? I don't know if I would have gotten away with that, to be honest with you. Like, my dad's always been pretty strict on me taking responsibility for myself, so. I got separated from my mum in the local store and she walked home without me, not realising. We lived 30 seconds away. Yeah, she came back and I was crying with a shock and I was like, oh, I would never see you again. Aren't kids dramatic? We're so dramatic when we're kids, aren't we? That's it. It's just left. And then the thing is as well though, is like when you think about it, it's like, it's not really that, it's not the worst situation, but other people are like, neglect! And it's so harsh, it's so mean. The same person who made food for needing a monocle. It's true. Well, I didn't end up with one in the end, so I guess it won't. She just done the trip 1,000 times, yeah, and it was just like, okay, now what? And then being like, something's wrong. I got my brush hair stuck to me. Some of my brushes are coming apart. I've still got two. It's alright, it's fine. Truthfully, I think this makeup look is very, very fun, but I'm interested in doing a heat map that looks a bit more realistic as well. So maybe we'll do that at another time. Oh, I forgot to add more red eyeshadow on my neck. No, it really isn't! Is Playboy a thing again? I think I need a bigger blending brush for this part. Playboy has sold clothing since the 2000s. Did Playboy stop existing? I don't think so. Yeah, I think they just became like less fashionable because it was fashionable. Because it was fashionable for a while, wasn't it? Like to wear like the logos. And by fashionable, I mean in the same vein as wearing juicy written on the back of your bum in rhinestones. Why was it trendy with school kids? Went fully digital. Don't know. Because they still get paid that way. Sell clothing for the people. Oh, really? Oh, well, we were thinking of different types of clothing. Oh, jackpot, for real, yeah. Candy shop. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I've grown up to find really, really, really uncomfortable. And we'll do that thing where I'll suggest something and then we're gonna move, where we can put an emote and we can all move on because it's not the type of stream. Dressing up as a schoolgirl, I think, is one which... Oh, actually no, that's actually a very, very, very strange thing to do. Yeah. That's a really weird thing to do. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I was trying to work on there was like a trend. Not so sure about that. Yeah, there was like a trend a long time ago which was like heat matte makeup. This one obviously is more like inspired by with the colours, and I think the colours are really pretty, rather than it being more accurate. But I think this one was fun to do. I think this one to me is a bit more like an exercise in blending, so I think it's quite fun to do. And I haven't really done like a full like face and chest look since I've been back, and I've been dying to do something, so I just wanted to do something that was relatively straightforward, just to like ease myself back into it, especially because I was really poorly last week. And I'm still not 100% now. You can probably hear it like in my voice. I will say, one of the things I told myself last week, make sure when you do the makeup looks next week, you do ones where you can still blow your nose and you won't ruin the makeup. What have I done? Not that. I'm like, I really want to blow my nose. I can't do it. I'm struggling. Never mind. Silly thing to do. Would create a nice effect. It would be disgusting. Telling Ghost the paint changed with the heat and see if he catches the light. I think he'll know. He's pretty smart. We can try now. Is it doing it, chat? So I have to pick the things where the nose is left alone. Do you get like a runny nose in particular? Is that like the thing? I've already got fire. Fire. There's literally always fire here. Way to brag about... was your day? This looks cool. Thanks. It was like a trendy thing that happened a while ago, and I wanted to play. Where have you been? God, chat was on about sending a search party for you. They were like, God, Yanks isn't here. Yanks is meant to finish work by now. Long day. Mel is in predator vision. How are you today? I'm like 75%. Last week I'd say I was like 35. I'm like 75% now. Better news though is that I unboxed all my Tomb Raider stuff. All the stuff that was like some of my Tomb Raider stuff was in boxes on display. That is no more. I've taken all the stuff out. This is what I did with my spare time over here. I've taken the stuff out of the boxes. And I've made more room. That's what I've done. And the posable ones, they're all posed crouching to make more space. The ones that I could pose, instead of standing them, I was like, and we're gonna be on like kneeling and like with a bow. Then switch to looking at you with this paint. I wonder how I would figure it out. That would be cool. Are there photos? No. They're in photo mode. They're all in photo mode, yeah. No, but that's what I was doing yesterday. Because I know nobody needs to know this, but I'm going to act like everyone does. I'm going to pretend I'm one of those videos. This is your sign to take your Pop Funkos out of the boxes because they use less room. Do you have Letterman jackets there? What on earth is a Letterman jacket? Is that like a postman's uniform? Never. What if I don't own any of those? Now what do I do? This is your sign. I haven't taken my tubs out of the bath. Mine! I took mine out. I took mine out. No, I put them in the toilet because I had no room. They're here. They're here with their baths. My tubs are here. In the toilet where they belong. This is where I put my tubs. They're just floating there. No, they're on the windowsill. This one's signed. Lol, cute. That one's cute, pixelated duck. This one's not signed. I purchased this one. This one, okay, fine. Since you asked so nicely, I'll tell you what happened. The reason why this one's signed by the original voice of Lara Croft, Shelley Blonde. And that's why it says Hi Little Mel. So what happened with this one was a mess. Tobbs reached out to me and was like, hey, we'd love to send you a Lara Croft Tobbs. Would you be interested? And I was like, oh my God. I would love to. I'm such a fan. I'm such a huge Tomb Raider fan. I love Tomb Raider. Oh my God. Like, thank you so much. What a great email. You know, if little Mel could have known that she'd be, have been outreached about some Lara Croft merchandise, she'd be over the moon. She'd be so happy. That's really kind. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for wanting to send me a Tomb Raider. And they were like, no problem. Took ages to get here. Turns out they got Shelley to sign it, right? Shelley wrote, "Hi, little Mel," and I opened it and I was really teary and crying. Whatever, and I was like, wow, I can't believe that. It's amazing. It was so sweet. It was wonderful. Anyway, I know, it was so silly. Then Tubbs were like, so happy that you like it. So when you do your Tomb Raider pixelated duck makeup look, in the next few days, you need to tag us and also send it to us so we can show Shelley, because Shelley has said that she's specifically very excited to hear about it. And I was like, ooh. What do you mean? I was like, what? What are you talking about? And they were like, to do the makeup look, because, you know, she's just so excited to, and I was like, what? Like, you're just sending me a toy. Like, I didn't think this, that wasn't, nowhere else, nowhere did you say. And I was like, what the, anyway. But here's the flex. Shelley follows me. And Shelley knows who I am. I've met Shelley twice. She knows me. I know her. We're not friends, but we're aware of each other's existence. So I messaged Shelley and I said, thank you very much for the duck. That's very kind. Thanks for signing it. That's very thoughtful of you. I'm surprised Tubbs reached out to you. Shelley replied, oh, it was for you. No problem. Glad you like it. What duck? So I went back to Tubbs and was like, no problem. I've told Shelley myself how grateful I am. But in the future, if you want me to do a makeup look for you, that has to be front and center. You can't do negotiating afterwards. I don't like the way you negotiated with this because it felt particularly manipulative. So don't do that to me and don't do that to other creators in the future. Okay, sorry, understood. Anyway, so I got this signed duck. Don't worry. Spoke to myself, thank you. Try to negotiate with me. How they react to that was so funny. They were like, okay, sorry, yeah, we'll be clearer next time, thanks. And I was like, don't try me. I was like, what the hell? Because the worst part was I don't even know how to turn myself into a pixelated duck. I didn't get a clue. What do you mean? So I mean, that was my final part. I was like, and I don't even know how to do that. I might have pulled out some insane stops before, but that does not mean. So I was just like, I don't know. Anyway, so these live in the bathroom now because there's no room downstairs. Yeah, unfortunately for them, pulled out my biggest flex on them. Don't worry. Spoke to myself. See, she follows me. So I'm not glad they did it to you, but I'm glad you can easily fire back. Where that's my thing. Is sometimes I mean. What did Cassie say to me yesterday? It was so brutal that it made me laugh. She said, like, being friends with you has made me a stronger person because I think I was weaker before, but the way you say things, it's not for the faint-hearted. She was like, she was like, you know, sometimes people just need to be told straight, and you've told people straight, and I don't think a lot of people are ready for that. And I was a bit like, thank you. Anyway, yeah, so, I mean, whatever, I I'm in an agreement. I'm not happy that it happened to me. But I'm glad out of everyone I was probably the one to put them in their place, because I'm not sure a lot of other people would be like, what? No. Don't be silly. I'll just talk to myself, thank you. Yes, I'm safe. Yanks, don't you work from home? Did you work from home today? We're all panicked because you didn't do the switch over with for an extra half an hour when everyone got. Oh God! Don't scare us like that. Don't know if you got home alright. See, I'm in my I don't care. I'd be like, you didn't say anything. Thanks to the children's toy. Bye. Yeah, I mean it's fair because they're never going to reach out to me again. So obviously we could have done that as well. I was being very, very polite about it. Maybe a little bit too polite, but you know, I'm still just a lot going on at work right now. Oh, Yanks, no. Stressful. Are you understaffed? I'm not leaving, but I'm not going to be here anymore. Shut up, Jack. What the hell? Always understaffed and it should be used to it, 9. No! Should never be used to that. It's not fair on you. Also, sorry to hear about that. Also, chat, so cute. Today, one of my old friends messaged me and went, "No way, you got the bag again." And I was like, "Yeah, do you remember when I used to use this bag?" And she was like, "Yeah, I remember your bag." How nice. Isn't that nice? That's nice, isn't it? That's so nice. Yeah, I can't believe it. And my parents were like, "Where'd you get this bag from?" And I was like, "I know." And they were like, "Since when?" And I was like, "I know." Did your mum say you should have bought 2? I think she was just more confused. She really, really inspected that bag. She inspected that bag like she's never looked at a bag ever before. Just making sure it was real designer Tomb Raider. Oh yeah, probably. She got a real good look at it. That's not a dig at customs. I swear, they can't look at everything. Really? Oh, do you know the worst one was, there was one PR box which I don't want to use the word promise, but they told me that I was going to receive a PR box from this company. And then it got stuck in customs. And then they didn't release it. And what I mean was, like, they didn't just keep one. They kept every PR box going to every UK creator. So people didn't get to have the PR box for this game that came out until like 4 or 5 months later. They just kept the whole lot. Yeah, I know, so terrible. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, they just kept all of them. Mate, and that was massively, genuinely, that was one of the most expensive PR boxes I think I've ever received. The headphones in it were... They were... Oh God, I don't remember. I know the logo. The logo was just like an M. Oh, maybe I don't know the logo. Anyway, it's just like an M, and I checked how much these headphones are worth. They're like worth like 400 quid or something stupid. And they were like custom to like the game. And I was like, really expensive ones. Unless I just like managed to find just one really expensive version of them. But the ones I looked at, I was like, what the hell? They're really expensive. Ghost uses them. Can't remember. I only know the logo. But yeah, I was looking at it and I was like, oh. Master and Dynamic. Was that the one? Yeah, it was Master and Dynamic headphones. And the one that I could like match closest to, I think it was like 400. It was insane how expensive these headphones were. And they'd all just been sat there. I couldn't believe it. These crazy headphones. But they were like, you know how like headphones are really, what's the word I'm looking for? They're really personal. I hope they were good. I think they were good. But I didn't want to use them because I knew I was just going to make them completely filthy. And you know, when I was basically like, I'm not willing to use them. Like I'm going to ruin them with paint. And so I was like, I'd rather Ghost use them because like they were just, I was like, when I realised, surprisingly, these headphones, I was like, I'm going to ruin them. They're going to get covered in paint. They're going to get covered in eyeshadow and stuff. It's going to be such a waste. I would rather like Ghost use them. And then if he didn't like them, like then move them on that way. Whereas like if I use them, like they're just going to get fully destroyed. Because my headphones go through, they just do get destroyed on the outside. They get destroyed on the outside. I mean, you've also seen me like drop them off. They fall off my head and on the stream and stuff. And I was just a little bit like, I don't feel comfortable using these. Like I'm gonna just destroy them. And it just felt like such a waste on me. And I was like, I don't want to use them. I'm so scared. Yeah, so I gave them to Ghost, and then he's been using them. And he really likes them. But yeah, I think that must have been the main reason why they got held up, is because of essentially boxes and boxes of all these really expensive headphones and then being like, it's a gift. That was probably why, wasn't it? But yeah, they got held for months. That's another massive thing that happens with event work as well, is because that's one of the reasons I was really devastated at TwitchCon last year, because one of the things that I always want to do is make sure that people have decent makeup that they can take home with them. And it's like makeup that I think is good enough. I think that's a fair thing to say. All the stuff that they'd ordered got stuck in customs. So the reason why everyone had like kind of crap makeup to do at my panel was because they just had to buy whatever they could find in the local shops. I was really devastated by it. Like sometimes it just gets stuck. They can't clear it, and then the con happens. Like you've just got to figure it out. So that's why sometimes I was just like, yeah, it really, really does suck. Because like they're trying to like get it out, but then there's obviously customs are like, no. What do you mean? We haven't finished looking at it. So yeah, so I was really sad because sometimes I also feel like my name is attached to this panel where people will be like, oh yeah, you know, like they didn't. I always worry that it'll seem like I'm the one who didn't, you know, who. I'm just worried it reflects badly on me as well. But yeah, I was super frustrated. I was so sad. Like, because even the makeup I was using, I remember thinking like, even I was like kind of like, not like struggling, but I was thinking, I was like, I'm not happy with the way that this looks because it's stuck in custom. Like the makeup I wanted was in custom, so that was it. It's gone. I think things like this, which are only the kind of stuff that you know back end, or unless somebody tells you, makes you realize makes you kind of realize like how hard running cons and like how stressful that can be sometimes. Like trying to get everything delivered from other countries as well, and organizing all the people. There's so much. Hi SVG. No, I agree with you. Organizing a panel or so. Once I learned how to do it, it was kind of okay, but at first it was a bit stressful. I think it's just because you realize how much you've got to take into consideration. Like some of the stuff that I was really stressed out about, as an example, when I was doing the SFX panel, was sometimes people try and walk into the panel midway through the panel, and I'm like, okay, so we're gonna have to have something printed out and put on the doors as a trigger warning because there's gonna be fake blood in this room, and some people can't stand the sight of blood. So if somebody walks into the room, into the wrong room, sees everyone playing with blood all over the place, and on the board it's got like pictures of like wounds and stuff which are fake, but you don't have that context, and they crack and they collapse. Like I was like, you just don't know what's gonna happen, and you can all, and it's all well and good being like, oh, it's their fault, but like equally they're probably just walking in the wrong room. So I'm always like, so I'm like, okay, so now we need a sign to be made being like, you know, this is SFX makeup trigger warning for the next for between like 3 and 4 p.m. Yeah, exactly. And then you've also got to make sure that like no one's gonna take that fake blood with them and like wipe it all over the con walls and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm giving people these products, and I'm kind of like, don't do anything bad. So there's like things like that I think I know people are like, oh, it's not your concern, it's not, but like at the end of the day, it is stuff that you just have to kind of think like, oh, well, if I've got to try and like make sure that I at least cover my own back, or like the responsibility is, do you know what I mean? It's scary sometimes to be like, oh God, well now I've got to consider that I've got to do this. Like what if someone does this and then they're going to be like, where did you get this fake blood from and all this syrupy stuff? And they're going to be like, M-Croft syrup, you know what I mean? So it's sometimes I'm like, oh Christ. Could stain walls, yeah, exactly. That stuff is not pleasant to get out of it just, oh. Yeah, so there's some stuff like that where I'm like, let's not. Like you can put as many tissues. Thank you very much for the hydrate. 1 minute. You could, like honestly, we put so many like things down on the table so that it doesn't mark the table. I don't know. I think if there is a God, only he knows how someone manages to move the entire paper thing off the table and get fake blood all over it. And you have like 15 minutes afterwards to clean that room down and get it ready for the next panel. And so the generally what you do, like you roll it out on this massive roller. Well, and then you collect all the stuff at the end. So like now it's all been rolled out. So then what then we would do is like grab it, pull it, and then keep like folding it over itself. So because you are just pulling it off these really long tables. So you're like grabbing and pulling, and there's, I don't know, there's like 30 tables, and each table can fit like 15 people lengthways. So it's massive. So you're like grabbing and pulling, and I can see, I'm like, how on earth have you not managed to get this on? I was like, so I could just recycle the paper. But then you have to like get somebody else to start like scrub wiping the tables down. Worst case scenario, the one after me was a chocolate session. Food. So like we're like disinfecting these tables like hell, and then obviously putting another roll down still. But I'm also like, but it's not fully dry. So then you're trying so hard to clean it, and it's just how the hell have you managed? Oh, it's hard. It's difficult because you end up worrying about that sort of stuff, being like, oh my god, like I want to make sure it's fully clean. You know, I don't want anyone to have it. So you just kind of end up like, I mean, we figured it all out in the end anyway. But in the moment, it's quite stressful. Chocolate. Stressful in the moment. It's tricky. It's tricky to like consider all of this stuff if you've never done it before. I think once you've done it, then it's a bit like, oh yeah, you gotta do the thing. Do you know what I mean? But at first, when the first time I did it, I remember thinking like, what? I think one of the things that really stressed me out as well was like the first time I did it, some people were like helping, but they've never dealt with makeup before, and they took all the brushes out of the plastic packaging, but they touched the ends of them, and I was like, that's very kind of you, thank you so much, thank you. And I was like, no, get rid of those, you've touched it. You've touched it! Get rid of those ones, they can't be used. I'll take those home and disinfect them, whatever, like they won't go to waste. Do not take them out of the packaging. Do not. It's like, no. I'm like, oh my god, these people, they haven't got a clue, they just don't know. That's very kind of you, thank you so much. Thank you. I keep complaining that I don't have any palette knives, so hopefully this stops me from doing that. Complaining, but I'm English. Stress, that's a good book title. It's stressful in the moment. For Mel having to do a panel after Willy Wonka, that would be terrible. That makes a lot of difference, doesn't it? Just now it's empty once again. Unbelievable. I feel like it's silly that I refuse to believe it every time, but I genuinely am like... Yeah, big difference. It looks so much nicer, doesn't it? Like, it just looks more complete. I blame chat. Chat's kind. So kind though. Do you know what, Peachy? I've like half figured it out, but I haven't. I've like figured out how I could possibly do it, but not 100%. I think if I'm gonna do it, I need to pre-plan that one. It's gonna be quite complicated. The thing that's really got me for a really long time is the hair. And I think it would be one of those paints which only works from one specific angle. You know, sometimes how I do certain paints and like, unless I'm, especially when I do like the comic book ones and it's like a guy, and I've had to like almost like remove all of that section. So it only works if I like do a pose like that. I think it would have to be one of those where it only works if I'm in a specific position. Because I've tried to figure out lots of other ways and I just can't comprehend how it would work. But I've always thought that what I really probably need to do realistically is like really, really draw it out and really plan that one. I think I could do it. But I think it would be hard. But I think I could. The hair, I think, is the tricky part. But I think now that I understand how to do, you know, when I like glue the paper, I think the hair would probably have to be done like that. Yeah, cool to see. I think I need to, I don't know if I've described it this way before, but you know how like I'm like, oh, I don't know how I'll do that one yet. What tends to happen is like, I'll be like, I genuinely don't know. And then I'll get to like 10% of like how I'll start to figure it out. And then I'll be like 50% of an idea. I'll usually just start going for it when I hit like 80. I don't have to hit 100. I'll kind of just figure it out at that point when I'm doing it. But like, I'd say for pixelated Lara now, I'm probably more in the like 50% zone. I've 50% figured that one out, how I could do it. When I start getting to like 80% is when I'm like, all right, I'll start giving this a go now. Hey Jeff, how are you? I see man's trying to confuse Predator Vision. Not sure. I have seen the Predator film. I saw Predator film and I also saw Prey. Shocking. Yeah, so I'm like 50% at the moment on like pixelated Lara. I think I'm nearly there. I'm just not 100%. Prey is so good. Yeah, Prey was great. I liked Prey. Was there a new? Oh no, was it an animation that just came out? I'm not sure. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna go wash this off because I keep touching it and getting it on this hand and it's annoying me. And I'm also gonna like get a blue wig. So bear with me while I just wash this off. I'm just gonna get it. Looks like the summer heat pattern for Arizona. Hot. Okay. Maybe. Oh, it's got a fringe. No, no. No. Oh yeah, fair point, Ken. Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you. Do you know what's really tricky was to try and get the yellow to show up well. Oh, quite hard. But it's okay. First paint back. A thermal camera view. That's the point. Yay! Yeah, a lot of people say it looks like it reminds them of Predator, which I think is really cool. That's really nice. Something that I didn't anticipate. This one is like, oops, heat colours. But I'd like to try and do one which looks more like heat vision. I'll have to look up a picture of like heat vision on someone else, because I think it would be a little bit overkill to buy a heat vision camera, take a selfie with the heat vision camera, and then and then take the photo of myself with it, and then use that photo to then. I think I can just look at a photo of somebody else that on a heat vision on Google, and then I think I can go from there. I think that's enough. You know what I mean? I know it sounds like I'm not committed enough, but I think it's okay. need to figure out this wig. I think that probably looks okay if I just do like an extreme side parting. It's a nice shade of blue, thank you. I think it's a really nice wig. Can't wait to blow my nose. Oh, they all fell on the floor! Yeah! Okay, I picked up some. Think. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if the side parting looks okay. I've never done such an extreme one and then like pushed it down, but I'm trying to hide the lace because the lace is skin toned. So I'm trying to hide it without painting the lace. I'm trying to cover it up. wig? Do you think the wig's okay? Like Avatar with sunburn. Hell yeah. You think it will? You think it's okay? Can you not? Know me very well by this point, Joe. So I think this looks cute. I wish I was able to get the yellow to stand out more. I wonder what yellow product that is, or what I did differently. Maybe I should blend it out more with like a white underneath it. Maybe I should try that next time. But I think this was really, really interesting to do. But what I think could be also very interesting is to do another heat map makeup look, which is more realistic on like actual like heat, because this one's kind of like just based on the color, right? And it's like an interpretation, which is also fine. I wanted to kind of like just see what it would look like on me. But I am interested in doing one that's more like heat vision. I know some people have done similar things. An example is May. So her name is Microsoft or Microsoft, but spelt differently, like a joke. And hers is interesting to me. Like this one's fun. Like look at this one as well. Isn't hers cool? I know, she's so cool, isn't she? So it looks like it's part of the game. Oh my gosh, with the Lara vision, where you can't figure out what to do. Yeah. So you see what I mean? Like this one, it's different. So I think what I could do as well is look up heat maps of other people and then copy that. But I think a lot of them are a bit unpleasant. No offense to some other people as to what they look like, but it's not very pretty. So sometimes I feel like they're not as pretty as we would like to think they could be. Meaning, like I don't think this is a pretty makeup look to do. You know what I mean? That looks like a lasagna. But I think that makes it worse. But I think what I need to do is like really find a heat map of someone's actual face that I think is a good reference. And then go from there. I think that's going to be quite tricky because some of them are... what I mean by that, sorry, in addition, one that looks quite pretty. Ew, brother! Is he from League? No, he's from Lasagna. I think I need to find one that actually looks brother? Like a heat map. Because I think the ones that I'm looking at don't really look like heat maps. And some of them are just... some of them as well are just Photoshop versions that have the same colours. So I'm not 100%, so I think I need to kind of like really find something and then we'll try another version. Inverse heat map challenge. Yeah, that would be weird. But I think this is cool and I like the colours. But I'm now interested, like I'm now like, I wonder what it would look like. And just to be absolutely disgraceful, and I said I wasn't going to do this earlier, but look at me. Heat vision camera. How much? 100 quid! Yeah, see, we can't do this. We can't do it. I just... No! Stupid!
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you. This looks so good. Thank you. It's nice to come back and do makeup. I really miss doing my makeup. I was stressing out that I was like never gonna do makeup again because that's the only non-dramatic thing to come to the conclusion of. But it's fine now. Domo was in there. I actually finally, because Les Banana bought me some photo frames. I finally hung up Domo's drawing that he did for me. Domo drew Tomb Raider. I have a custom Domo piece. I actually have 3 because Domo also included the sketches from pre-finalization of the work. Very, very, very nice. Yes, I did that and I totally remember, and I didn't just rush to the checkout button without looking. That's so, I was really excited about that. I was really, really happy about it. I like been hanging up some of my art pieces, like some of the art pieces I've had for years. Basically, I was just thinking that like it just seems like such a shame to not put some of them in frames, and I was just getting a bit annoyed because I didn't have like enough art pieces around. And I was like, well, I'll just use some of the art pieces I have. All the art pieces I have are of Tomb Raider. So yeah, so basically like that. That's why like everything is oh. Everything's just hung up now, everything's in frames, it all looks very nice, very happy, very lovely. Nice. This is one of my favourite art pieces. That's so crazy. It looks like a photo, doesn't it? It's a drawing. That's a digital drawing. People are really skilled. Wow. This one's like an oldie one though. But yeah, I've been like hanging some bits up. Zero. I don't know what my impossible fate will be. I'm not sure what that'll be yet. We'll see. I'm sure I'll figure something out. Yellow polka dot linguini. Yeah, it's so nice, isn't it, Yanks? Looks amazing. Thank you, Gerwolf. Thank you. I'm glad Domo got one. Okay, now I just need to figure out what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I was really like unsure what I was gonna paint today. And then all the stuff I wanted to do, I had all these crazy ideas, but I didn't have like all the stuff that I needed to do for it. So I was like, okay, gotta figure all this stuff out first and then I'll put those to the side. And then I was like, no problem, I'll work on the other bits with my 3D printer. And my 3D printer wasn't interested in being friends with me today. Hi, Dragon Tears, how are you today? My 3D printer wasn't interested in being friends. I was very annoyed. So we're not friends at the moment. Look at that. Look at that. That's why we're not friends. That's the 3rd time it did it today. I was mad. I think it's to do with the think it's to do with the Z offset, to be honest with you. God, I was just really annoyed. It was like, it started off fine. We were doing so well. I was trying to do some like different icicles. Remember I was printing out all those icicles? I was like, I'm gonna do some more icicles, but a different style icicles, and it's all gonna be great. No, it's not. It's not great, it's not nice, it's uncool, it's not appreciating my icicles that I want to print out, so I'm a bit mad. Another thing though, very exciting, is I finally was fiddling around with something, and you know how I always said I wanted to use the shotgun that you guys got me, the Nerf gun, and change that out so then I can also try and use it as like the spear gun to do the solar wetsuit. But then I got confused because there's like a flotation device, and I was like, what the hell's this yellow box on this shotgun? Then you guys helped me figure it out. So I found something that looks similar. So when my printer wants to get along and be friends with me again, I've got a model now, and I just need to print that out and then paint it up and make it look okay. And then I will be able to do the solar wetsuit one. So I'm excited about that, but now my printer's not interested in being friends with me. Silly. But whatever. Whatever, it don't matter. So that's the next thing that I'm trying. That's what like things I'm trying to figure out. So I've got things hopefully on the go, hopefully moving. You left the printer alone too long. I really did. I really, really did. I was thinking about changing out one of my printers though. Whoa, crazy, I know. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. What I will do though, after stream, once I've taken all my stuff, is blow my nose, because my God. Oh my God, we finished stream so early. It's only 11:30. Aww. What it would be like if it was inverted. It's the yellow, yeah. That's what I thought. Queen, that's exactly what ran through my head. I was like, wow, I bet that looks really nice, but I bet it won't if I I watched Weapons. Yeah, the hair. Yeah, the hair colour. There's been other makeup trends going around too, which I thought were pretty funny, but yeah. Yeah. It's golden. I feel like golden's not the right I wouldn't use the word golden. I feel like I'd more use the word like urine yellow. I feel like it's not quite right. It's not a nice yellow, in my opinion anyway. I've got a few rig colours in that yellow. But to me they're like reserved for specific things. Only specific makeup looks. You can't pull them off on a daily basis. No way. Right, well I'm pretty shocked that I've done this pretty. Please may I have an exclamation mark up time? I think somebody's already done it. Oh Yanks, you've already done it, I'm so sorry. 4 hours 30 minutes and Yanks, at the beginning I did an unboxing and I sat here and then I ate my dinner as well. So like, I've basically done this in like, I'm just not a daily, no, yeah, exactly. Like more like a once a week. Yeah, so I feel like today's gone pretty quick. But then also it's just kind of a big I gotta check out it was for this. I'm just letting you know it's not the most exciting thing in the world. It's Tomb Raider, but I'm gonna show you now and you're gonna know what I mean. Can you remember the collector's edition for Tomb Raider Remaster 1, 2 and 3, which had the 8-bit guns in it and the tiny dolls? Remember that one? And we were like, cute, oh my god, that's crazy, look at these gun things. Okay, so this is the sequel. Where's the rest of it? So I personally, as the Mark, will say that I genuinely think that this is a letdown in comparison to the first one by a long shot. It was a lot cheaper than the first one, but damn, I really am like, what happened? Like, where's the rest of it? So this one, it comes with a key ring, and 2 pins, and some art prints of the obscura paintings in Angel of Darkness. It also comes with the game and the soundtrack, but I mean, I kind of feel like whatever about those bits. But what really annoys me when you buy collector's editions of stuff is when they try and pass off the box as one of the items. Contents. Iconic trapezoid box. No, the contents means what's in the box. That's the box. The box is very nice, but I don't classify the box as like, I mean, this is nice. That's not what contents means. If you're someone who's into the packaging, it's cool. Yeah. They really did. That's why I was a bit like, okay, I'm still happy to have it. But I think they could have done better. And I'm not sure why there was such a big difference between the first collector's one and the second one. Maybe I'm missing something. I think there was another one and it came with a bunch of acrylic standees. And I want to apologise because I'm going to say something really rude. I think acrylic standees are just a bit crap. Something in my wig wardrobe moved when I said that. Something in there did not like that comment. I don't really like them. It's plastic. I mean, I know we all know it's plastic. It's an acrylic standee, but I just don't really know. Well, I don't know if it says this was $80. Which I think was quite expensive for this. I don't know where the other one's gone. Oh yeah, for $90, the other one was the collector's edition of the Lara Croft games, which are those ones are like the Temple of Osiris, and it came with an acrylic standee, and I just think that's... I do not agree that this should be $90. I don't agree. So they're like, oh yeah, you get this iconic box. Okay. I'm not very happy about that. Then, okay, cool. Yeah, you got the, oh Jesus, I keep pressing the start button. Then you got the game there. Okay, I don't use Steelbooks, and I also already have that. I don't know how I got hold of that Steelbook. But I have it. I don't know how. Definitely not. These are paper. These are essentially like postcards. How much is the straight? This one I think is like 2 games. I don't actually know how much they are now because I bought these games like years and years ago. I actually don't remember. I didn't buy this, by the way. The soundtrack, which is very nice, but I'm going to argue that's really lovely. But 100% of the people that I know today, that I know personally, don't have CD players. And then here's the acrylic standee. What about the box shape that makes it so iconic? That's what the games used to be shaped like. I don't agree that, I don't think this is a fun thing. It's a bit out of date. Yeah, it's like cool. But $90 for this? That's why I didn't buy this one, because I thought it was a joke. I was like, no way. And I'm a mark. You see, I've learned a new word. Running with it. Yeah, so like the old Tomb Raider games used to come in these Trapezio boxes. Exactly, flip-flop. So I'm just like, I have so many soundtracks that have come with all these things, and it kind of feels a bit like, it's one of those things now where I'm like, okay, whatever. And I also want to say the collector's edition, the one that I got last time, I was really happy with it. But I do want to point out, it came with 3 posters, and all 3 posters were folded. Why have you folded that? No, they weren't rolled, they were folded. What a strange thing to do. And that, yeah, I don't know. So I'm a bit like, creased posters. What a strange thing to do. Isn't that strange? So, okay, these are from, the company that does these is called Limited Run, like a limited run of games. So they do a limited run of physical editions. And I think their stuff is nice. They've been doing some Tomb Raider stuff, but genuinely, the best thing that's come out of it is that Tomb Raider gun thing. I thought, cool, I'd check that out when I get home. And then when I got home, the DVD in it's my PC that doesn't have a DVD drive. I'm not at all trying to one-up you, but I had a similar experience 10 years ago when I was working in the office. My boss hired this photographer from apparently 1995 to take a pic. This is when I used to work in property, to take a picture of all these buildings. And genuinely, some of these photos were probably crap. I don't know, because when I was asking for the photos so I could make the brochure, tell me why, they were like, I've sent them, and I was like, where? And then 2 to 3 working days later, a CD comes through in the post to the office, and I'm like, what do you want me to do with this? No one here has a CD drive. And I was like complaining. I was like, what the hell? And I was like, what the hell? I was kind of like, what the helly? What are we doing with this? And I was like, you need to send this as like a WeTransfer. And they were like, what's WeTransfer? I've already sent, and I just started a whole problem. And I was just thinking, I was like, how has anyone here ever managed to get anything done before I've joined this company? Where are you finding these people? I mean, it wasn't the only ad, but you see what I mean? Like, what are we doing with this? How? What on earth are you doing? Like, that's crazy to me. You spent time burning these onto a disc. The only person that has a disc drive here is you. No one else has one anymore. They're gone. And I know, I feel the same way too. It would be so nice to go back to making mixtapes and CDs and burning things onto CDs and handing them over to your besties and be like, listen to these that I ripped off LimeWire and get and like ruin my PC for. But I think you'll like it. Those times are gone. I've moved on and so do you. And you need to move on to start using WeTransfer, and then WeTransfer introduced paid tiers, and it just got, we're here again. We're shouting at clouds again. We're consistently shouting at clouds, chat. Back in my day. Ah. I still have tapes. I think my parents still have tapes. I don't know if they've got a tape player though. They must do. They don't throw things away. Or they throw something away that's really useful. So I mentioned LimeWire. Mostly just mad. I'm old enough to feel that I miss when. Right, but like I genuinely do miss stuff. I miss when my phone told me when I got a message and didn't tell me That's that on Vinted I should start finding things in my wardrobe and find things underneath the couch, and I should start flogging it. But also what I should also do is organise it into a bundle deal and start selling it like that, because I'll make more money if I just stop flogging all. I don't need a notification for that. If I want to sell something, I will, because I don't look at the notification and think, oh, you're right, I will look underneath the sofa and I will sell everything that's underneath there. I see the notification, I think, leave me alone. So I turn the notifications off, but I'm too scared to turn all the notifications off of Vinted in case I sell something and I don't know about it, because I've done stuff like that before. I turn the wrong notifications off. I own several collector CDs from an artist I love, which were all purchased after I stopped having a drive for CDs. I think we need to live like Sunpie. Sunpie bought a portable DVD player and just sometimes watches a portable DVDs on that portable DVD player in bed, just on her little screen thing. And I was looking at that and I was like, It's kind of nice. Stop telling me to sell my children's clothes. I don't have any children. Yeah, but then also I don't have any DVDs anymore because I got rid of those too because I don't have any DVDs left. I mean, I guess I could use like the PlayStation or something, but like I don't, so. At least you're being calm with it. I feel very calm about this. Yeah, it's just silly. It's silly. Smugs and DVD player. I mean, it would be nice if I watched films, wouldn't it? But I don't, so I guess ultimately, like, yeah, it's fine. The joke's still on me, but, you know. Thermal imaging, yeah, inspired by thermal imaging. I still have an optical drive on my PC. I don't know what an optical drive is. I wonder what we're going to miss about this era one day. Oh, that's what. Oh, right. What CD drive? Like the same thing. Down across the street from me. Whoa. Being able to watch Netflix without ads or something dull. We're going to be something stupid. It's going to be something so stupid like, oh yeah, remember when Windows didn't have adverts on them? No. Windows on your house. I miss being able to look outside the window and seeing my street, and now now I can't see the weather report. I just want to see the weather for myself. That one hurt to imagine. Yeah, that one. Remember when taxis used to have drivers? That's a good one. Yeah. People used to actually drive a car. Remember when you used to have to learn to drive? That would be a crazy one. Can you imagine if that was a thing? Oh yeah, you have to learn to drive. You have to pass a test and everything. Apparently they still do. What do you mean? I can't spell my neighbours without Jet2 holiday ads getting in the way. think I don't know. I feel like there's some stuff which I just don't think it's necessary. Suppose you're right. The driver's taxi are actually remote controlled by people. Really? Like a giant remote control car, and they're all sat in like simulators driving. That would be wild. That would be so wild. Doorbell jingles just become adverts. Yeah, I used to joke with my friend about how far will influencing go? Because a lot of people, and I disagree with this, I've spoken about this. I don't think that anyone in their right mind needs to, I don't think anyone in their right mind should tell other people or make people feel like if you have an Instagram account, you have to consider that as your brand. Some people just want an Instagram account so they can post a picture of themselves and their friends. That sometimes people just want that, and that's okay too. It doesn't have to be like, okay, right, so now I'm a creator. It doesn't have to be that way. It really doesn't. We need to get that idea out of everybody's heads. But like, how far would it go? Like, would you get a discount if you like uploaded a selfie with like a Coca-Cola can in the shop, and you could upload that and be like, oh my God, and you get like 5% off because you took a photo with like the Coca-Cola can? Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine if like how far it would end up going, and then like there'd be like different adverts for different things all the time. It's not enough of a discount to like be like big enough that they're not still making a massive profit from it, but it would be big enough to incentivize somebody to actually do the thing to get the discount. And I was like, oh, imagine. And like, you just have to like prove that you uploaded the photo when you get to the checkout, and they'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. And then they'd be like, yeah, 5% off. Imagine if like that was how it was, that you had to take a picture in the shop with it. And I was like, just interesting. Consider just interesting thoughts. Oh yeah, Hulk. A Pepsi pic with a Coca-Cola hashtag. Yeah, but I think like it. I don't think it would happen, but I was thinking like interesting how far it would go, and like people was no, my friend I was speaking to was like, yeah, like imagine if you went to a festival, but when you went to the festival, you would get like a discount on certain foods if you were happy to wear like a temporary tattoo that lasts like 4 days, like across like your face or your chest, and it has like a brand on it, and then that way it justifies that you get like a discount. But equally, every time that you get a photo, every time you're in a photo, it says something like, I don't know, Land Rover. it says something like that on it, so like you get a discount, and then more people have like this land, and then people see it as like, aha, which one have you got? And then like, you know what I mean? And I was like, it was so interesting, because before then I used to think that this was like stupid and this is crazy, and now I genuinely am like, look, mate, look, I feel like someone would be like, that's a good idea. Do you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be so, like, I think that's ridiculous, but like, very trippy. Thank you. And it'll all be online. I don't know, because they're trying to drag people back into the office, and I feel like there's two, like they'd be contradicting themselves, but they've never done that before. This is an episode where Homer put an ad for blue pants on its head because his favourite pants company stopped making them. The restaurant in China that would offer a discount depending on your League of Legends rank. That's crazy. Whoa! I was just thinking of the Office thing too. I will say though, when I was in Hong Kong, that was genuinely some of the most refreshing news. I would watch the news in Hong Kong, and it was so refreshing. Snippets of the news there include: today a man fell down an escalator, and as he fell down, he took 3 people down with him. None of them are fatally hurt, but they're in hospital being treated for minor injuries, and everything's been cleaned up now. That's just nice. And they showed videos of people cleaning everything up, and it was all sorted. and it was done. Seatbelts are now required to be worn on buses in Hong Kong, and we have put spare buses in the depot so you can practice putting your seatbelt on if you would like. Okay. Guess quite funny. Go sit there and practice putting your seatbelt on and off. The next day was the seatbelt rule has caused quite a commotion across the people of Hong Kong. Some people have also reported that they now cannot reach the bus buttons because of their seatbelts. Show videos of people being like, I can't reach it. Strapped to it. It's really funny. And then 2 days later it was like, it's no longer mandatory to wear seatbelts on buses in Hong Kong. So nice. It was lovely. It was, yeah, honestly, the news there is really refreshing. Or it'll be something like, today a taxi lost control and has crashed into the staircase. Nobody was fatally injured, but the staircase has been closed off. Okay, you just can't use that staircase down that street. It's just so much nicer. Sudden desire. Yeah, there's so much more chill. Honestly, like just so. It was very refreshing. I thoroughly enjoyed it there. I thoroughly enjoyed the news. Consistently seeing like them cleaning the handrails and down the escalators and everything, just knowing it's clean. It was just nice. I miss it. Kids don't need seatbelts. Yeah. I think it depends on the country. The Hong Kong seatbelt resistance. Yeah, it was funny. And they were interviewing people. Ghost and I were laughing because on the day that the law came in that you had to wear seatbelts on the bus, they would bring a camera crew onto the bus and they'd blur everyone's faces out. And then they'd walk down the middle aisle of the bus, and then you'd see like 80% of the people go while the bus is moving, knowing full well they weren't planning to turn on, full well they weren't planning to put their seatbelts on. But as soon as someone, I was like, obviously, as soon as someone walks down with a camera, you're definitely going to be like. But there was loads of bits like that. There was some interesting, there was some cute ones as well. They were like, because you know how like Uber drivers, they use phones to handle like Uber and like Deliveroo. They have like different phones and they usually use a different phone for different apps or whatever, take on different jobs. They capped it to only 2 phones that you can have if you're a taxi driver. And like the interviews of people are just so nice, because also I didn't even think that was a thing, that like, why on earth, I was always like, what do you mean people use more than one? And it turns out, and then the news was like, passengers have been getting very frightened when some taxi drivers have been trying to operate more than 4 phones at the same time while driving. And then they would interview some taxi drivers, and some of them were like, I'm going to lose jobs because of this. And most of them were like, safety first. We shouldn't be doing this, and I'm very glad they've brought this law in place. That one didn't get redacted. There wasn't a resistance about that one. But then it was like, passengers are getting scared, so we need to stop this now. We shouldn't be operating this many. So taxi drivers, only 2 phones, please. And some taxi drivers were like, that must have been great. Yeah, honestly, it was nice. It was very nice. And then at the end of that, they would show the weather, and then they'd show the stock. They'd show the stock exchange, and then it would. And then I'd just change the channel and watch pandas, live pandas in Ocean Park. It's nice. Yeah, so it definitely felt. Obviously, they have like bad news that happens every so often as well, but like it was very refreshing to just, be like, this has happened, but it's been cleaned up now. This has happened, it's been cordoned off, you can't go down those staircases. Okay. This line has been closed for so and so, but it'll be open tomorrow. Oh, it's so lovely, it's so nice. Oh, it's just so refreshing. Yeah, it was nice. It was good. Yeah, the seatbelt thing was really entertaining because the fine if you were caught not wearing your seatbelt, £500. You were caught not wearing your seatbelt on a public bus, you were going to get fined £500. It was quite the news story. Yeah, it was quite the news story while we were there. Oh my God, make sure you wear that seatbelt. Goodness me. And yeah, and then like 4 days later, they were like, doesn't matter. It's proven to be ineffective and inefficient for a lot of people. So we've decided it's no longer by law. You don't do them. The cat sanctuary live streams. I used to, but I used to watch them while I was at uni, actually, but I don't watch them anymore. Yeah, it was really nice. I really miss it. My favourite part was how they would be like, but it's been cleaned up now. But no worries, that's what happened today. But it's fine. It's been sorted. Nothing to worry about. It's been cleaned. It's just nice. Queen, is that where you go for your mental health break from my streams? Oh, it's not. That's crazy, isn't it? I get so frustrated. Sometimes, like, you can just see people, can't you, when you're going somewhere, and you can see them using their phone while driving. But I think everyone thinks that they're going to be fine, and they're the case that's not going to have an issue. But that's what everybody thinks. That does it. And then I get emotionally invested. Oh, some of those animal ones are really, really cute though. They're really, really cute. In Hong Kong, they had so many shop cats. Loads of shops. They just have like a cat. They just sit there, just be there. It's just the shop cat. It like it's so cute. Honestly, it's so lovely. Sometimes there'd be like kittens, and then they just have toys, and the owner would just be like working away, and these kittens would be playing on the floor. Or sometimes they just sit on the desk, and like, yeah, they're so cute, and they're so like calm. They're just kind of like, they're just seemingly you can try and get its attention. It's just not interested. It's already seen 4,000 people that day. It's not interested unless you want to buy something. They're so sweet. Yeah, Hong Kong. Oh no, honestly, I love Hong Kong so much. I love Hong Kong. I mean, for a plethora of reasons, but I really like Hong Kong overall. It's really nice there. I don't know. I like the vibes there a lot more. Sideways restaurants that give no fucks news and shop cats. Yeah, I actually saw a book and I didn't purchase it, but it was just called Shop Cats of Hong Kong. And as we just looked through it, it's a photographer had just gone round Hong Kong and taken photos of all the cats that are in shops and then just like wrote their names. So cute, I know, so cute. I was like, oh, maybe I should buy that book. I did quite like it. I did think it was a really cute idea. I was like, what a cute book idea, just to be like, just go around. And because some of the cats are really funny. There was one cat which was like, it was on the market stall, and it would just sit on this like podium, like. And its owner was like this little old lady who was just like making the stall look nice, but his cat was like. And Ghost and I walked past him was like, what's wrong with it? I wonder if Waterstones has it. Oh my god, it's on Amazon. This, yeah, it's this one. And it's a pretty cat. I'm like, genuinely though, like this is the vibes. It's just, but like it's not really. It'll like leave the box every so often, but not really. It's like it's just interest. This is where its interests lie. They're like busy working. Like it won't touch the food. It knows not to touch the food, but like that's just there. Yeah. Oh my god, it's cute, isn't it cute? Yeah, they're really, really cute. Fingers crossed clean because it's so cute. I was about to raid Brown Sugar Saga, but she's done a be right back, but I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever. Okay. Hopefully my photos turn out okay because you know what I'm like and I've completely forgotten how to do my own job. So let's try and see if we can figure it out. But I hope you guys like today's makeup look. I think it turned out pretty cute. I would like to try and do a different variation, which is a bit more like accurate, but this was really, really fun to do. And it was nice to just like play around again. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what I will do yet. I'll figure it out in the morning. And fingers, but I'll use this as an opportunity. Well, thank you very much. I'll use this as an opportunity to get a bit of extra rest because clearly you can still hear that I'm bunged up. And I don't want to keep sniffling now. I'd like to blow my nose. So I'm going to take my photos and my videos. And then I am going to have a shower and I'm going to finally cleanse the inside of my head. So let's go on a Raiderinis. Thank you all very much for spending your time here. I really, 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 really appreciate you all. Thank you so, 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 so much. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. I'm trying to get better at waking up a little bit earlier, so hopefully I'll be on like a decent time tomorrow. Okay. Sugar's stream is like crashing out, so let's just go be supportive, I guess. But I don't know what makeup look I will do just yet. But I've got to do something like not the worst case and not the worst thing in the world because I have a call in the evening. But thank you very much, everyone, and I will go and I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, time for photos and videos. Bye, everyone.